Welcome to the Atlaran Adventuring Company. This is the world of Atlaran. We've entered the early stages of an industrial age that has begun taming the wilderness across the world. And while progress brings solutions, it also brings new and more complex problems, and tends to pick at old wounds left unhealed. The first trains have begun to run in the north along with airships, but the long-ignored issues of stolen land, pollution, and deforestation have begun to fester, to name only a few. But our focus and our second story is on one small group of new allies and their own struggles and battles against a changing, dangerous world. Our particular window in time falls 500 years after the calamity and the great shattering of Harris. With any luck, this story will resonate across time like the last.
Christmas Fortunemær, a dodgy charlatan formerly of the Jade Street Crows gang, but he doesn't remember that part of his life. With a 5-year memory gap and having only recently rediscovered friends he'd forgotten, Christmas is suddenly on a dangerous path left by his former self. Thankfully, he's a master of charm, theatrics, and disguise, and when those don't work, he has found family that, whether he remembers them or not, will fight to the last beside him.
Magda Wrenly, a professional mercenary and member of the revered Taiylor clan of monster hunters. With a wasting curse weighing on her shoulders that can't be dismissed by normal means, Magda has been left to search for an unconventional cure. Now, she's found herself with a group of allies she didn't ask for, and friends whose love she doesn't understand. Years of dealing with regret, ill health, and distrust have left her slow to ask for help.
Noah Borago, a cheery alchemist from Reese's Ridge and son of a well-known engineer and apothecarist. Noah's upbringing was colorful, to say the least, leading to his expertise in potions and mechanical contraptions. He's out in the world to find new ideas and support the family business. But now, he's stumbled into a pile of issues that most rich kids from the suburbs just don't deal with. But in his own words, usually with a gun and a grin leveled at the current problem, "Don't you worry there, guy, everything's gonna be hunky-dory."
Foostrak Wildborn, a wandering warrior from the Nathar clan and student of the runic battle traditions of the Giantkin. Raised by folk who believed in the survival of the fittest, but refused to adapt to the modern world, Foostrak left the clan to seek outside knowledge to hopefully bring home one day. He is set on helping his people survive, even if they're stuck in their old ways and don't realize how badly they need his insight.
Hello,
Jesus.
friends! Hi, y'all. Are we online this time? Good?
Hello.
Okay. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Atlaran Adventuring Company. I'm your Dungeon Master, Taiylor Wallace, and joining me I have Astrid Knight.
Hi! You can find me basically everywhere at Astrid K. Writes or on my website, astridknight.com. I wrote a book. It's called Perception Check. It's right here. Hello. Book 1 of the Mages of Elmira saga. If you like D&D, being nerdy, being sad, this has it all, baby. Buy it wherever you buy books. Yeah. The end.
Alright.
Those should be your TikToks from now on, just FYI. Just cut that, post it.
Yeah.
We also have Blake R. Wolfe.
Hi, I'm Blake R. Wolfe. I write books as well. I have the complete Tales of Remoria series, which is a trilogy, and then there's the whole Crystalline Chronicles, which is in the process of being recovered right now. They're complete. You can go get them, blakerwolf.com, or find me on Amazon. They're gay, they're D&D, they're dragons, they're magic, they're everything you've ever wanted. Yeah.
They're here, they're queer, and they're full of fear.
Exactly.
We also have Zack Gale.
Hey everybody, I'm Zachary Gale. I also wrote a book, but it's not out yet. It's
Almost
called
done,
Some
I
Empty
swear.
Houses Might Really Be Haunted. It is a collection of short horror fiction. You can find me on Twitter at Zachary G. Author and at my website, ZacharyGAuthor.com.
Koop. Supposed to have Koop. Hey, buddy.
Hello, humans.
Hey, buddy.
I, too, am here. That is a Twitter. It belongs to me over there.
Neat.
Oh my god.
And
No
as
whale
I mentioned,
facts. No nothing.
no whale facts. No whale facts. As I mentioned, my name is Taiylor Wallace, Dungeon Master and Editor. You can find me at Taiylor Wallace,
Hi.
Bye.
Ooh!
TAILORWALLACE. Make sure you misspell Taylor, you'll never find me. All of our links are in our link tree on screen or in the descriptions wherever you're watching or listening. If you would like to support our stream, check out the Redbubble link on the link tree and keep an eye out for our upcoming book based on Campaign 1, which I've been listening back through. It's a fucking trip. I wish we could get more of the elk screaming into the book, but we'll see what happens. Yeah.
Ooh.
But that book will follow, the first book will follow the story of Jack, Sylphie, and Aether as they get into some shady mercenary work, some legendary figures, and get started on a fun little path that, might have to do with a ring. Because
I
all
wanna
good,
get into
all good
legendary
fantasies
figures.
include a ring.
It's true.
Anyway,
All the big
we
fantasies need
are
rings.
almost done writing. So we should have updates soonish. But let's get into the current campaign because I am fucking ecstatic. Last time
What are you doing?
I did a bad. Episode 45, The Prince of Fools. You guys were at the reascension of Morrigan at a Feast of the Wilds. And Noah spotted Hyrsam, the son of Titania and prince of the Sealy Court, and realized he was doing some fuckery. So you decided to call him out, and he decided to get violent. So you shot him in the face.
As one does.
You guys faced off against him as well as 3 other Fomorians, while other guests in the hall had to hold off other Fomorians elsewhere off your battlefield. The Fomorians themselves were trying to damage the sort of cocoon forming around Morrigan as she was reforming herself. And Ross was busy helping her, so he couldn't do a whole lot to help you guys. You did find out, thanks to Magda finally hitting something, that Hyrsam was weak to lightning. And despite his ability to seemingly regenerate and resist physical damage, you guys managed to slowly wear him down until eventually he started trying to get away from you. In that whole shebang, Gwyn ended up getting knocked out at one point, but brought back up. And in a moment of frustration, as he was trying to escape and Foostrak stopped him again, Hyrsam decided to teach you all a lesson and use power word kill on Gwyn, who was very weak at that moment. Noah caught him before he could pull away from you all, stuck an enlarged piece of dynamite between them, breathed on it while holding him up under his arms, and, set off a massive explosion between the two of you. Noah managed to survive. Yeah, Noah managed to survive.
In the good way.
But Hyrsam was blown in half, and he had a moment...
Times.
He had a moment before he died to call out to his mother.
And we don't care.
Mommy!
As things quieted down and the other Fomorians were defeated, you guys started to panic, trying to figure out a way to get Gwyn back. You sent out calls to help to pretty much everybody you could think of that would have access to Scrolls of Gentle Repose, revival spells, and so on and so forth. Let's see. You even asked Ethvara, but she was too weak from fighting to do anything. Lord Dietrich Arnulf did offer a scroll of gentle repose for you guys, which Sala did use. And not too long later, most of the Lycari arrived, answering to your call. Flameheart's call specifically. And you guys asked Caladir to help. It took a little convincing to make her understand that she did not need to ask the collective for permission, but she did agree, finally, to help. But she just needs a little time to pull her power together and get ready. Morrigan re-emerged in her full goddess form, though not completely powered up yet. Poor Ross, who pretty much channeled 99% of all his power into helping her, passed out. Let's see. Thanks to Noah and Christine, there was a little levity had over a meal afterward. Chris and Sala had a little chat about reckoning versus revenge and what they needed to do next. And Foostrak had a moment with Ethvara and Walter, in which you got what I am calling a Phoenix Down for funsies, a superpowered potion. Foostrak got a letter, told us all about him being a dad, little baby Rodri. You guys started talking about what you want to do next, but Christmas pointed out that it was a bad idea to make decisions while you're all tired and not doing so hot. And Noah is still panicking that he killed Titania's son. So that's great.
Uh-huh.
So you guys took a long rest, so do that if you haven't yet. You wake up on your 11th day in the Feywild. It is Dothriel something, you don't know. It is at least past Dothriel 11th at this point. You have been in the Feywild for a while.
Koop, off topic, I just realized we're matching.
What's up?
Anyway.
Taiylor, are we not doing the thing?
What?
The thing?
I don't know.
The nighttime thing?
The nighttime thing?
We're talking about the sex?
No.
There's always that. Might not be the right time.
Never mind.
I don't. You
The
can't.
nighttime is the
I
right
don't.
time.
I have so much to think about, Koop. You have to be clearer.
It's the one big thing we talked about over the...
I can't remember anything. My brain doesn't have room.
Got the 51st dates disease.
Please hold while we
51st days disease.
secretly talk. Oh god.
Dude.
Today's session
Oh my
is
God,
not
Zena's
brought to you
going
by
over
Cheez-Its,
Oh,
Why not?
goodness, Cheez-Its.
because Cheez-Its is not a sponsor, but they could be.
Oh, they could be. Get on it, Cheez-Its. I
Yeah.
love you.
To be fair, Taiylor, this was your idea. I'm just
I-
reminding you of it.
Koop, you cannot expect my brain to hold on to information. It's not what it's built for.
Stop fighting.
We're not fighting. We never fight. I fucking love Koop.
I hate it when Pear and Dad fight.
Mm-hmm. It took a second for that to sink in. I just immediately imagined a pear.
Pair of beds. Oh.
Oh, just like a literal pear.
Fruit. Yeah.
Yeah.
Pear dead.
It has been
Okay.
raining here all day.
So, before we skip to the book, Christmas.
Moo.
In the night, once you, Titan, shut the fuck up. I will skin you and turn you into a hat.
Meh.
Shush.
Titan's trying to do his elk scream.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
He won't stop. He screamed for an hour straight last night.
Mm.
No breath?
Anyway. Didn't seem like it. Anyway. In the night, Christmas, you have a moment where you feel yourself wake up, but you are aware you're still asleep. It is a lucid dream. And you see the room, the door to you and Salah's room ever so slightly cracked open.
I will rise.
Don't follow the sleep paralysis demon.
And I will
Are there
follow...
butterflies? Is it Anastasia again?
Is the Babadook around? Because the Babadook literally is my sleep paralysis demon.
I don't know what that is.
Oh, God.
You don't know what the Babadook?
You don't want to know.
I don't know what a lot of things are.
You don't want to know.
Anyway.
We'll tell you when you're older.
Shush. We don't have to do... I don't have to give you a gift. Anyway.
This was your idea.
I know. And I can take it away.
Oh my god, so you remember how every week Koop and Taiylor are like, wow, you guys just do nothing but fuck around constantly, and then they sit here and argue for 20 minutes?
Yeah.
It's great, you guys.
We're allowed to, though.
Oh, sure. Yeah, of course.
Yeah. Anyway, what are you doing?
I get up and I go to the door.
Okay, cool. Yeah, stepping up to it, you see a sort of faint, like, yellow-green light filtering in. And as you push it open, you see, instead of Walter's mansion, it opens into the garden section of Hollowmore, where it is very gently lit, almost like dawn has broken over the garden. And you notice that the last time you were in here, it was just kind of a fey-looking garden. There was nothing ethereal about it. But now there is this constant sort of like gentle glow to everything. Like sunlight is reflecting off of everything. And you see like rays of sunlight filtering through a very fine like mist that billows through this clearing. And you see, as you saw the first time you came in here, there is a path leading up to a central stone plinth upon which sits a table. But the table is no longer the like gigantic council table. It is now just a small like stone table with 2 seats at it. And all around, no longer so contained and like kept neat. The garden has begun to grow wild and sort of unkempt, but in a beautiful way. And it doesn't overgrow the paths, but there are like arching branches and boughs going over it. And you see, sitting at this little table, kind of honestly inspired by Elen, is Morrigan herself, no longer in her armor, but instead in a dark, verging on black, green gown. And you see, like, it's a shoulderless gown, and it has these long, like, billowing sleeves, like, imagine some of Arwen's dresses from Lord of the Rings. And her long black hair is all pushed to one side, and you can see sort of not near the table, but like off to the side, resting on like a bunch of cushions and blankets and pillows. Ross is asleep in the clearing, and she seems to be just watching over him as he recovers. But as you look through this open door, she glances up and you see the like glowing purple eyes and this now larger than life goddess looking back at you. She says, "Good morning, Mr. Fortunemær."
Good morning. Was there something I can do for you?
My cats are going fucking wild. She motions to the seat across from her, and she says, come talk with me.
I'll go sit.
And she leans forward on the table, her hands clasped in front of her. And you see, unlike before, where she was just sort of pale and almost flawless in her skin, other than some scars, you now see she is almost like weather-worn, her skin weather-darkened. And you see all over her hands are these like black tattoos that actually kind of mimic some of your own that you got once you joined the Court of Reckoning. But most noticeable of which is the design of crows across the backs of her hands, and these like spiraling tendrils of vines that go down her fingers. And she looks across at you and sighs quietly to herself. She says, I am so sorry.
Thank you.
I know, considering you just got back all those memories, it must be difficult. And considering what you all have done for me, I think it would be very ungrateful of me not to offer my help. So, as much for your sake as Miss Sana and Miss Magda, I do want to see if we can maybe get Miss Harren's daughter back. But as a goddess who is not supposed to directly interfere with things, it is my job to empower you to do it for yourself. And I think it's only fair, considering sacrifices you all have made. Titan, I swear to God, boy.
Titan, shut the fuck up. Meow.
Hold 1 second.
Morrigan adopted cats
There's a whole bunch of them.
during her ascension. That weird cocoon thing opened.
They're all-
Morgan came out, but also like 9 cats came out of there at the same time.
The goddess of war and cats.
That's just the goddess of war. Cats are included.
That's true.
The goddess
Cats
of
are
war and
inherently warlike.
indifference.
Yeah, we got home from our vacation, and Hobie was just like, "Oh my god, it's you guys! Oh, I'm so happy to see you! Oh, you brought Hannah back too! Thank God, someone will feed me now." And Yoongi was just like, "What the fuck are you doing in my house?"
Anyway, what the fuck was happening? Oh yeah.
Meow.
Thank you. She reaches across, offering a hand out to you.
I think just kind of instinctively. What's wrong, bud? Can you guys hear my cat now?
So many cats.
Yeah.
I don't know what he's... Anyway.
Mine is sleeping, so we should be okay.
I think instinctively, and not really realizing why he kept it this whole time, he's going to reach into a pocket and pull out that rose petal that was like pressed and look at it. I believe that Veronestra had this power and kept a very different garden than the one that you keep. But both are very much beautiful. If this can help in any way, it's the only thing I have left from that place. I will put the rose petal in her hand.
And she pulls it back toward her, sort of cupping it between both hands. Runs her thumb over it briefly. And you see her close her hands around it, and when she reopens them, there are seeds. And she takes them and says, I think it's time you left your mark in this garden. And she reaches out to take your hand and puts the seeds into your palm.
We're dropping frames. Hold on just a minute. I want to make sure that we come back. We have frozen.
Everything's wrong.
Everything is wrong. Okay. We're okay for now. I'm actually going to go over to where, like, Ross is laying in the ground.
Mm-hmm.
And just start planting them just sort of, like, around him.
Okay. And Morrigan watches this. You see her, like, lean her head on one hand, kind of amused, not stopping you. But as you press these seeds into the soil and cover them, almost immediately, little shoots start coming out of the ground. And as they grow, you see thorns start to form. And you watch the bud of a flower start to form before it blooms outward while the plant is still growing. And you watch as several, honestly, kind of like beautiful but dangerous looking rose bushes grow, just covered in thorns but blooming with all different colors of roses. And as you do that, one of them just starts growing straight into, like, Ross. And he, like, stirs a little bit, and then a thorn gets him, and he's like, fuck! Jesus! And he pulls back, and he looks up at you. He's like, what the fuck, man?
Look sharp, bud. I want to get out of there.
And he gets up and, like, kicks, like, blankets and cushions out of there. And you hear Morrigan chuckling in the background, and he looks over at her and, like, gives her, like, the fuck, ma? And she just shrugs. But you watch these rose bushes come into sort of full bloom and size. And out from behind little leaves and petals, you watch these little multicolored glowing sprites start to drift around the rose bush. Little itty bitty tiny baby fairies.
Aww.
And in a moment, as you're looking down at these roses that are so familiar to you, but the stems are darker, the colors are even more vibrant. After a moment, you feel Morrigan's hand on your shoulder as she reaches down and plucks one of the blooms out of the bush. And she says, Gods are not omnipotent, all-powerful creatures. But what we are is the originators of magic. And we know how to weave new magic and teach new creatures our ways. And as a goddess of war, one of the gifts that I have always held very dear is the ability to bring my most beloved and most honored warriors back to my side. And while Gwyn is not mine, she belongs to no one. I would be more than happy to let you have the same ability I have. And as she offers this rose out to you, you see the bloom and the stem almost become translucent.
I'll take it.
The moment you touch it, it disappears. And you feel Morrigan pat your shoulder, and she leans down and kisses your forehead. And she says, I will always do my best to take care of my people. I cannot promise that this will be a miracle. I cannot promise that everything will be right after this, but when your friends fall, if we can get them back, we will.
It took so much for us to take him down, and he snuffed Gwyn out like that. Thank you for this gift, because now we have a way to fight back where we don't have to risk losing so many people. I will not waste this gift.
I only hope that it's enough.
We don't have any time to waste, so I'm gonna wake up now.
And
I pinch myself.
yeah, you just pop awake.
I'm immediately out of bed and going to Noah's room.
Okay.
I don't care if it's like 3 a.m.
You don't know what time it is.
I sure don't. Knock, 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 knock. Noah.
Sorry. What?
Get up.
Why are we getting up? What's going on?
Get up. And you still have residuum, right?
Yeah, I got a little bit.
Get everything you got, and meet me where they're keeping Gwyn.
Okay. I'll start doing that, I suppose.
I'm gonna go find Magda and Foostrak as well. And Sala.
Okay.
I'll get the whole gang.
Yeah, you are each subsequently woken up by a somewhat frantic Christmas. Yeah. You are dragged out of your rooms to where Gwyn is being kept.
Is Kaladir there?
Yes, she is.
Okay. When I walk in with Magda and Foostrak, I assume Noah would be there already, if he didn't come with us.
You will, this room that Gwyn is being kept in is just a spare room. It's kind of sparse, but it is dimly lit by a couple candles, and you guys will find Kaladir sitting at the bedside, seemingly in meditation. And you can see that on the edge of the bed between Kaladir where she's sitting and next to Gwyn, there are a number of objects that don't really make sense to you guys. To look at them just in a cursory glance, you will see a very old pocket watch. You will see a very old faded, like sun-faded red pin. And you will see a what looks like a shard of steel
does the pin look like?
The pin, you would actually have seen it before. It is a Crimson Hammer pin.
Oh, okay.
It is the sort of red Zerai hammer pin with gold like wire edge.
Keldir?
And she looks up, not even having noticed the door open. She says, yes?
I apologize for the time of day that it is, but...
I don't know what time it is.
Early.
It's not day.
It's early.
And she reaches down and clicks the pocket watch open.
Say I have a watch.
And all of you, none of your watches are at the correct time because it's the Feywild.
Yeah.
But she realizes that and she closes the pocket watch and puts it back down.
I can't speak for everyone here. I can only speak for myself as to the reason I'm here, and I just want to apologize.
Why?
We've been making such a fuss about the Lakari doing what they think is right and not being so beholden to the whims of the collective and doing, only what's good for the collective. And we told you to just do what's right. And in that moment, I didn't even think to realize that all we did was just swap out the collective for us. This isn't your decision. We guilt-tripped you into this, or at least I did. Again, I can't speak for all of us, but I don't know. Take it from someone who's drawn strength from two different higher powers. But there's a time and a place to ask others for help for stuff like this, and there's a time to figure out ways to do it yourself.
I don't understand.
People die. We can't expect that just because our interests are aligned in some ways that you will use the greatest power that you have available to you to help us. Death is part of life. You know this better than any other.
I do.
You don't have to do this.
Christmas, let's not get hasty here.
I understand what you're saying, but everyone was right when they said I don't need the collective's permission. There was a time that we just did what was right. And honestly, we always save this power for people of station and reputation, people with titles and all of that, people with money. But that's not the point of this ability. The point is to bring back people that the world needs. And from where I'm standing, we have needed all of you for a very long time. And Gwyn is one of you.
Noah, how much residuum do you have?
About 800 gold worth.
I need 500 gold worth.
Okay. I can give that to you.
Cool. I will take it. And I'm going to just start moving over towards Gwen.
What are you doing?
Your power is yours. And I believe that you would do the right thing. But this has nothing to do with whether we want you to do it or not. What I said was, you don't have to do this. And you guys will watch as Christmas will hold up the residuum, and it'll like crack and form into a rose, and he'll just place it over Gwen, and I'm going to cast Raise Dead on Gwen.
Now she's a Zambi.
That's not what that is. I'm just reading the details.
Well, I guess I'll technically start casting Raise Dead on Gwen. It takes an hour. I just thought it would be cool to do that, but yeah.
We have to wait for every petal to fall off the rose over the next hour until she comes back.
Okay, so for story's sake, I'm going to make this much faster.
Thank you.
The
first time you cast it, it goes like that, but every time afterwards...
Yeah. First taste is free. So, you place down this, basically, residuum rose that has all of these, like, broken crystal fractals through it. Very, very much reminiscent of the translucent rose you were given. And you watch it start to sink into Gwen's body. And there's a long moment where you know that the spell is building, but everybody else just sees nothing happening. And there's a build and a build and a build as you feel it sort of ready to break, and it's reaching out, looking for Gwen wherever she is. And you, as the caster, can visualize these like golden threads extending from where the rose sunk in, and they're extending out, searching and looking. And you watch one of them suddenly vibrate. It found something. And then you watch as the end of it, which has disappeared into sort of the space of the room, start to turn black and retreat back toward Gwen. And as it comes back and hits that central point where all of these golden threads extend from, you watch all of them turn black, and the rest of you now see them, all of these threads starting to wilt and curl back in. Magda, there is a split second where you feel like you are about to throw up, and you don't know why. You manage to hold it in. And as you sort of like catch yourself and are distracted from this spell going on, you feel all of these aches and pains start to melt away. And the rest of you watch as Magda's skin takes on color again. You watch her body like straighten up. You watch her limbs fill out. She looks almost healthy for the first time since you've known her. Christmas, you feel your spell sizzle out and fail. And Magda, you hear whispered in your ear, "Consider your debt repaid, Miss Wrenly."
No!
Oh, that's so fucking shitty.
I didn't want it like this!
No!
Magda, you feel fucking great. Better than you felt in 6 years, at least physically.
I was going to say physically.
Yeah.
Did she take the penalty?
What?
Did she take the penalty for the spell?
No.
Oh, okay.
So
It would be hilarious if you had a
cool
-4 to attack rolls from now on.
Yeah, oh my god.
Taiylor, can I make an Arcana check?
Sure.
I want to try to... Arcana, Insight, whatever we want it to be. I want to know if Gwen just gave her soul up for Magda.
I feel like that's more of an insight check.
Okay.
I don't think that's what it was, because Sav messed with it somehow.
Well, I won't know because I rolled an 8.
Nope,
8
no
total?
idea.
Yeah.
Oh, never mind.
I rolled a 2.
Can I roll an Arcana?
You can roll an Arcana or an Insight.
I'm gonna roll an Arcana because I'm pretty sure it has something to do with Fame Feed or Undead, so I have advantage.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ew. Oh my god. 14.
Flash of Genius.
Okay, so
Okay.
18.
18.
18.
So there is a moment where you all see the spell fail. And you all see Magda suddenly look better than she's looked since you've known her. Like, healthy and almost like a little taller, a little like straighter. Not straighter, but standing up straight. Magda, realizing that this is happening and hearing that whisper, which you all would actually hear, you have no doubt in your mind that Gwen, being the person she is/was, would absolutely do that for you. You, Sala, Chris, any of you, she would happily do that, but you don't think that's the case. You don't think this was her choice.
So shitty.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I look at Foostrak and I'm like, where's Effie?
She'd be on my hip.
Was she
You do watch, if you all look down to look at Effie, there is a last bit of her original color around her face, and it is slowly eating away toward her eyes. And as it closes in, the entire doll turning black, you hear this very quiet, not like scream or screech, but like a cry of like weak, like letting go of a last breath come out of this doll as she just falls apart. You can take
Christmas.
Effie out of your inventory.
Christmas, can you cast telepathic bond?
I'll spend 10 minutes to ritually cast telepathic bond between us.
I think it was Sav.
Okay.
Yeah.
I guess we'll all just sit and be sad for 10 minutes.
As usual.
From some things that Sav and Tristan have said, we know that Sav wants his servants to be the ones that end lives, because he can claim ownership of them in some way when he does. And, well, I can only assume Hyrsam was one of his. I was afraid that this was going to happen.
Did you cast on Keladir too?
Anyone who was in the room. I don't know if...
Okay.
I didn't specifically say that we would get Walter or Flameheart, so...
You didn't say that you brought them, so...
Yeah.
This would be the four of us, Sala, and Keladir.
I'll look at Keladir then and just say,
She looks fucking petrified. She's still staring at Gwen.
Do you think that your abilities would be able to circumvent that?
Didn't you try to bring back Walter's wife?
I did.
I don't think it's gonna work.
I can try.
No.
No, we don't want to waste it.
Power of a god is gonna trump a Lakari, I'm thinking.
You know what this means, right? We need to separate him from Loken. Now.
We need Walter. We need Walter, and we need time. I can go get him, but he's gonna need some time to learn this spell.
I can go get him.
Okay.
Would I know how this spell works? That Gwen can only be dead for 10 days before it's ineffective?
Oh, raise dead?
Yeah.
I mean...
Do
you have access to it?
That shouldn't...
It should have worked.
Matter.
It shouldn't matter.
I mean, just for my understanding, because...
You know that any resurrection spell relies on the creature's soul being both willing and at liberty to return.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
They just have different periods of time or requirements for the body. So Raise Dead should have gotten her back if she was free to come back.
Okay. I am going to go over to Gwen, and I'm going to take out a vial, and I'm going to cut a lock of hair from her head and put it in the vial and cork it off, and I'm going to bring it back to Magda and hand it to her. These kinds of spells only work for a few days, but there are other ones that could bring her back, but we'll need a piece of her. So hold on to this.
Keladir is going to do it. It'll be fine.
Well, keep it anyway, just in case. It's just an insurance policy.
Okay. Cool.
I'd like to formally apologize.
No, you shut up. You don't.
No, you don't.
Have the right. You don't have the right.
I do feel bad, but I also knew that this was going to happen.
It's good character building.
Yeah. Save the girlfriend, save the world. Yeah.
Well, now we have to kill Sav in order to get her back, so...
Well, yeah, I was gonna say, so... Sav made it clear that if I were to die, my soul wasn't gonna go onto the astral sea, it was going to go onto some other plane that he had control over.
He has his own demi-plane.
Would it not be somewhere that we could go? We could rescue Gwen, we could rescue Amelia. Their souls. I don't know how that works, but...
Wherever it is, it would be on the other side of the demi-weir.
Yeah, I guess so. But we would be able to pass through.
Would he have a place inside the astral sea?
The astral sea is its own plane.
I know, but I didn't know if maybe the entrance to his dimension might be in the astral sea or something.
From the legend lores you guys have gotten, you would know his is a separate plane outside of the Demi-Mirror and outside of the Astral Sea.
Gotcha. Okay.
That's where he actually is.
Hmm.
So, if you go there, you'll be engaging with him directly.
I assume I arrived back with Walter at some point.
Yes, you do.
Yeah. I do not know
Eventually
what to
return. And as Walter steps in, seeing you all gathered around Gwyn, Foostrak, did you explain anything to him, or just be like, come with me?
I would have done my best to explain it as best I can, but, not my area of expertise.
Yeah. But as he steps in, he looks down at Gwyn. And then the first person he looks at is Magda.
We have to get Sav here right now and separate him from Lorcan. Right now.
I'm at your service.
Walter, it's going to take you a while, but take this scroll. I'll hand him the summon guest spell scroll that Callum made.
Okay.
And 20 platinum.
Wow.
I believe this is a conjuration spell, and I believe he is a conjuration specialist.
I hand him 10 platinum.
And it'll take him half the time.
4 hours, perfect.
Pretty sure. Let me double check.
How long is it supposed to take normally?
8 hours.
Oh, 8 hours. Okay, only taking 4.
It's 2 hours per spell level.
Gotcha.
So, yeah, for him it'd be 4.
Yeah. He will take the spell and the platinum, and he quick glances over the spell and says, "All right, I'll get started right away. And he looks at Magda again, says, I'm sorry you have to experience this.
I don't care. I just want this to be over.
I know." And he steps out to go back to his room and get started. What are the rest of you doing while you wait?
Well, before
Explain
that happens, yeah, because I did want to go over the plan, because once we separate him, we need to get him out of here. Right? But we need to get away from him because he's going to want to.
So what's going to happen is this. Walter is going to summon Lorcan.
Mm-hmm.
I've got a spell scroll that's going to let me put up some runes that will keep Lorcan trapped.
Okay.
And just... Taiylor, question.
Yeah.
Because I'm kind of going through what Magda has described happened to Callum. Because he summoned Lorcan, who was the avatar of Sav at the time.
Yes.
And so any sort of form changing that took place then was not due to them being separated, because he didn't have a way to separate Lorcan and Sav at that point. That was just Lorcan as Sav's avatar.
Yes.
I guess this would probably be an Arcana check. Would I be able to surmise that once we hit Lorcan with Liberty's Edge, it would break the bond, but it's not going to, like, separate them into two beings in front of us. It's just going to basically free Lorcan, and then we would just have Lorcan in front of us.
Lorcan. Yeah.
Due to the nature of how Sav is controlling Lorcan, which is basically a modified demonic possession, because Sav loves to pull from the abyss. You would essentially banish the sensor that Sav is using. That would be pulled away from Lorcan, and from what you know about how it should work from experiences research previously, the sensor would be destroyed because it doesn't have something attached to it anymore. So you would be left with Lorcan's actual self.
So yeah, we put up the circle, we summon Lorcan. Walter has to hold concentration on the spell. But we're gonna know the moment that Lorcan would show up. So, because Walter's holding concentration on the spell, we need to basically juice ourselves up as much as we can before he shows up here to make it so that you, Magda, get the best shot that you can get. And
still, afterward, we need to get out of here as quickly as possible so he doesn't know where we are to retaliate.
Is there anything that we can do to ward Lorcan or prevent Sav from finding him, trying to take him again? Anything?
we keep him with us.
Well, that's the problem now, is that Effie is useless. And we don't have any other warding unless... I guess, yeah, we would just have to keep him close by to us so that he doesn't have the opportunity to get a hold of him again. But honestly, that probably won't matter. Did we bring Nolan? And
you never saw Nolan.
We didn't see Nolan. We need to... That's... While Walter's working on that, I want to go have a chat with Morrigan, if y'all want to come with me, so we can figure out the Nolan situation, because I imagine Morrigan knows that she's here.
Yeah. We need to get her and Petrada and... Why can I never remember his nephew's name?
Burke.
Burke. It's fucking the same name as Burkana, so why would... Okay.
It's not the same.
Well, whatever. Kenna calls him Burke, so...
I know. It's because they're like siblings.
Yeah, we need to get all three of them out of here as well.
I think Ash is annoyed at me today.
Probably. Yeah, I don't know why. Huh, that's weird. Why would that be?
I don't know.
Ash annoyed? Never seen that happen.
Fuck off, all of you. Jesus Christ. We need to get all three of them out because I'm afraid that if Lorcan isn't available, then... Although, would he be able to get to them in the Feywild? Is the reason that he was able to get a hold of Lorcan because he was on Atlaran?
He was able to get a hold of Lorcan through Hyrsam, I'm assuming. Just why...
He was able to get a hold of Lorcan because Lorcan was cast out of the Feywild powerless.
That's true.
Do we know who took Lorcan's power away? Was it the court?
It was
Yeah,
Titania
it was
and the Sealy
Titania.
Court, yeah.
So we have to kill Titania.
Well, I mean, if you don't want to
that.
die for killing her son, you might have to kill her anyway.
That's true.
And
Weird.
Oberon.
We
And
really...
potentially Baron Estra.
I think it would probably be a good idea to just get those four out of here once we have Lorcan anyway, and get back to Atlaran, and then figure out where to take them. It's going to be hard enough to get out of here with Noah basically walking ass backwards into accidentally killing a major archfey.
I don't know if I would say it was accidental.
No.
I would.
Would anybody like to give me a history check? Since
Cool
the subject
noodle of
has
doom.
come up.
Do I have to?
Sure.
Because you told me
Yes.
technically I would know. Okay.
I would give you advantage on your history check, just because I want to see if it comes up.
Does it have to do with Faith being or undead?
It does!
Does have to do with fate.
Guidance on
I'm
myself.
like basically a 30 with that roll. 29.
Yeah, I got like a 22.
Ow.
18.
Ow. 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 I'm sorry. What did Magda get?
22.
Nice. So Magda and Christmas. Christmas, because you've read everything that was ever written about the Feywild, basically, and Magda, because you've studied a lot about the Feywild. You realize Hyrsam should be back by now.
Oh.
He's not supposed to be dead.
Oh no.
And in fact, both of you remember, especially Christmas, reading stories about the Archfey of the Sealy Court, how powerful they are, how Titania has never been killed, how Oberon has only been defeated once, how Hyrsam pops back up anytime he's killed. Except you also remember that there is a way to permanently kill Hyrsam, and it is to deafen him at the moment of his death. And what do explosions do?
Wait,
This is
why
canon.
is that?
Accident.
This is canon lore, and you did it on accident.
Yep.
What? Why? But why deafen him? I'm curious.
I don't know. I didn't write it.
Whimsical
Oh.
Fae thing.
I
Where'd
will.
you get it from?
It's
It's the
if you-
Forgotten Realms
It's
lore,
Forgotten Realms
like it's
lore.
straight
Oh.
up D&D lore.
Oh, I did not know that.
I will let Noah know that.
Hyrsam ain't coming back, but Titania's gonna be even madder.
I am significantly more frightened now.
So, is
So-
there a witness protection
Yeah.
program
So-
in Atlaran?
So one, Noah, good job, but also good job.
Oh god.
Yeah. But no, we need to... That's part of the reason why I didn't want to wait for Keldir, is Morrigan gave me the means to do this immediately. I wanted to try immediately so we could focus on Lorcan, get the fuck out of here, and get Foostrak to his son.
So we need to do that all in... I know that Lorcan is probably going to be weak as hell, but there's nothing more that we can really do besides... Also, where are we going to keep Gwyn? Because this place has to come down at some point, right? And we can't just leave her here.
I would actually argue that the court here may be the safest place to keep Gwyn.
I don't want to leave her here.
I mean, I can carry her, but
We're not bringing Gwyn with us.
What if we bring her to Lodestone?
How is that any safer than keeping her with Morrigan?
I don't know. But Titania is here too. If she can't reach us in Atlaran, but she knows Gwyn's here, I'm just afraid she's
That's-
going to be used as...
that's why she's safe with Morgan.
If we bring Gwyn with us, we're a target no matter what. And getting to Lodestone, that's not going to be a quick trip. I think that Morgan reclaiming her power and the Sealy learning that you can't fuck with the Court of Reckoning means that this is the safest place for her.
I'm inclined to agree with Christmas, though I have been thinking about transport a little bit. I could maybe talk to Vesper, see if she'd be willing to do us a favor.
Like what?
She has any ability to expedite our travel once we get back to Atlaran?
Yeah, all of the Lycari are here, so I'm sure they'd be able to help with that. I also had some thoughts about giving us a better way to get around once we get back to Atlaran as well, but it's gonna rely on at least me and Sala going to see the crows. But that's not as high up on the list as some other stuff that we need to take care of.
It's all in Constanos.
Okay. We get Lorcan here. We...
Stab him.
Uh-huh. We leave Gwyn with Morgan, and then we go back to Atlaran. And then we go from there.
I know that this hurts Magda, but given how Tom works, she's only going to be here for a couple weeks.
Yeah, sure. Cool.
Walter's working on learning that spell. We need to go find Nal and Petrata and Merc.
So you guys, you will get your long rests and everything. You really have no choice but to sort of kill time until Walter is finished. He's working as fast as he can, and considering his specialty, it is much faster than you could normally expect. But it still takes several hours. And in that time, Chris, you will notice that in the moments after the failure of the Raise Dead spell, Sala disappeared. She will come back eventually, but there's a long period of time where you have no idea where she is. She doesn't really say anything, and as other people start to wake up and things start moving around in Walter's mansion and the Break and Hollamore do, Kaladir meets with the other Lycari to discuss plans for returning to Atlaran, contingent upon you guys returning as well. In that time, let's see. Nah, I think I've already loaded enough on you guys at one time. We'll do it later.
When? Just now? Last session? The one before that? The one before that?
Too many fires! Christine and Chips eventually get up and around and, like, do a big old breakfast for literally everybody. Even inviting, Morgan, Ross, the entire, whoever's still there of the Council of Reckoning. So, you guys can decide what you want to do at that time, but food is available, and so is Mom.
Yeah, I need to speak to both of my parents once we get a chance.
Okay, yeah. You can very easily track them down in Walter's kitchen, where Christine has once again kicked out all the phantoms. And the only people she's allowing in there with her are Chips and... No, that's probably it.
Okay. Chips and me and her. Okay. Okay, so here's the thing. We got some things to talk about.
Okay.
Your child made a mistake. Well, not really a mistake. Anyway. So I know you guys were there yesterday, and
Yeah.
you saw me blow Hyrsam up.
You blew yourself up, yeah.
Yeah. Well, apparently, without knowing, I did it just the right way, where he is not coming back.
Oh.
Yeah. And we met his mom yesterday, and and his dad, and we know how terrible they are.
I thought they were pretty sweet.
Well, it's okay to be wrong. But
sarcasm, but
I know. Yeah. So if you guys got anything to protect your child from not dying or being tracked or anything like that, please feel free to share.
Oh, honey, you're in the best of hands.
Where?
And Christine goes over to her satchel that she always keeps around, but not always on her. And she flips it open and she withdraws this fucking massive hammer, at least massive for a gnome. She's like, I gotcha.
Oh, okay. Well, are you going to be traveling with us for the rest of this?
I mean, that's up to you.
Because we're about to go to Constanos, and I don't know how often Titania runs around, but I got a feeling.
Typically, from what I know about, the Feywild and the Major Archfey and all that, they don't really go to the other realms all that much because it's kind of hard to get through the Demiware, even with the Round Gate.
Okay.
So if you go to Atlaran, you should be peachy keen there, bud.
Okay. Well, let's hope. Yeah. So there's my God, there's so many things. We're gonna do some stuff to try to save Lorcan and stop Sav, and also Sav stole Gwyn's soul, so we got to get that back.
What?
Yep, that just happened this morning.
You are telling me.
Good news, Magda's completely cured of her curse. It's gone.
I would like to be more excited about that.
Yeah, same.
But you are telling me that creepy son of a bitch stole one of my children?
Yup.
And she turns to your dad
Oh, no.
and says, honey, we got a little bit of research to do. Do you know anybody who specializes in interplanar travel? And Chips is like, I think I do. Yeah, I could probably find somebody at Mathline College that knows how to, bounce around in the outer realms. It should be pretty good.
I do have something that you might... Have you ever had a, what are these stupid things called? A ripcord?
No. Aren't those illegal?
Oh, probably. I have two. I take one out. I'm going to take out the Astral Sea ripcord. And I'm just going to hand it to him so they can look at it. Be like, if you want to take some notes on that, and just see how it works, maybe that'll help.
Okay.
And I have another one. I pull out the one for the Abyss. And this one goes to the vault of the guy who made these.
Ooh.
Yeah, we took a lot of stuff from it already. And I also kind of broke the door. And I just, between us, it belongs to Walter's father-in-law.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's good to know.
Yeah, might go back there again someday. Not sure yet. But yeah, so, if you want to take some notes on that, maybe that'll help. But it looks like he's using Earthblood crystals to make them.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
I always wondered how those worked.
Yeah, I haven't figured it out yet.
Well, I mean, and he holds up the ripcord. He's like, I could probably figure it out, seeing as I got one right here.
Yeah.
They're usually too dangerous to touch, so...
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, if you guys, I hate to keep being this person, but, you guys have any, like, supplies or, like, cash or anything, we have not had time to make money in a long, long time.
Well, we do have to make a stop by the bank here at some point, but we can give you
old bank.
We can give you what we got.
Okay.
And Christine digs into her bag, and she will give you 500 platinum.
Holy shit!
Yeah.
Just gonna add that.
She will also go over and like tap Chips and be like, show him the thing you're working on. I think you finished a couple. And Chips is like, oh yeah, but so you your ma wasn't too happy about it, but I was like, it's for Noah, so we gotta do it. And I was kind of inspired by some of your projects you've been doing over the past couple months. And he reaches into his bag and he pulls out what you recognize as like a bullet box. And he flips it open, and you see there are 5 completed bullets, and each of them has like a little drop of paint of different color on them to mark them for what they are. And he offers it out to you. He says, I got you 2 incendiary bullets. I've got a nightshade bullet.
Ooh.
I've got you an acid bullet. And then this last one, I don't know what it's gonna do, but I threw a bunch of shit in it.
Okay.
And that one has a black dot on it.
Instant death bullet.
It should, if, some of the components are any hint, it should go, like, real big boom, but also a couple other things, too. I don't know.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. I can work with that. Those are things that I do. You don't happen to have any spare dynamite, would you?
I haven't had time to make more.
Okay. Nope, that's fine. I'll just raid somebody's closet somewhere, I'm sure.
Well, I mean, if you really need some, Mr. Dine would be the person to talk to.
Okay, I can do that. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we're Well, maybe we'll survive through this. We'll see how this goes. This is getting a little weird, a little hairy.
Well, and Christine speaks up. She says, if Titania gets anywhere near you, I'm gonna smash her a new face. It'll be fine.
Okay. I don't doubt you.
You should.
You
saw my stat block.
That's true. I did.
That's a rich people thing. People keep track of their own attributes.
Yeah, they all have stats.
Uh-oh, Koop froze.
Yeah, he did.
Uh-oh.
I froze?
That means the stream's gonna be fucked.
Oh.
Hello, bud.
Oh, you're back.
You guys said that I froze, but I heard you the whole time, and we didn't have any issues with the stream.
Oh.
Maybe it was, I don't know.
Just you.
He froze for me, too, so I don't know.
Yeah, he froze for me, too.
Same.
Anyway.
I'll just, walk past Noah at this point and just tap him on the shoulder. Hey, what day do you celebrate your birthday?
I turn to Christine and what day is it again? Because I don't fucking know.
Christine.
Was it the day you adopted me, or was it as the day I was actually born?
No, I know your actual birthday.
Okay.
Your gotcha day?
Yeah, gotcha day.
Well, your gotcha day was about a month after you were born. So she reaches into her little vest and flips open a pocketbook, and she says, his birthday is on Rhiannon 14th, and his gotcha day is exactly a month later.
Okay, gotcha. Cool.
It's real soon.
It is.
Thank you.
My boy's gonna be 21.
You watch as he writes something down in a
like a journal that he has, and he closes it, and on the cover it says "The Tale of the Black Powder Alchemist."
Oh my god.
Thank you. I'm gonna go talk to Morgan now.
Secondary question for you guys. You guys wouldn't just happen to have like a bag of diamonds or something just to stop the rest of us from dying anymore?
Or residuum.
Yeah, those are fine too.
I think not much in the way of diamonds, but residuum powder, yeah.
Can I borrow some?
Yeah. And she digs into Chip's
Borrow.
bag. And she will hand you a pouch that, knowing Christine and Chips, they probably got, like, enough for one casting of Raised Dead, which would be 500 gold.
Okay. So I'm just going to keep all that with me, because that means I have enough for a Revivify, which I know how to do, and a Raised Dead, so...
Hell yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, you guys are great. Thanks for still being alive. Thanks for supporting me. You know, I know the world these days is people go on adventures, never have any parents, so I appreciate you being here. And
well, you know, the world did its darndest to turn you into a classic adventurer, but I'm just too darn tough.
Yeah. Fair. And thankfully you were protecting Chips, because that he nearly did it to himself a few times.
Then she looks over at Chips, who, like, his big bat ears are, like, laid back in embarrassment. And she's like, "Oh, don't worry, honey, I got you." You all... Oh,
I am going to hand him one thing. I'm going to hand him the Lantern of Revealing that I've been working on for Sala. It's got 4 days worth of work on it. I'm going to hand it to him and be like, "Can you finish this for me, since you saw the other one?"
Yeah, sure.
Cool. When you just send it to Sala when you're ready.
Okay.
But there's just some other stuff that I'm going to need to work on right now.
Well, just so you all know, we got to get back to Lake Sing to help with the whole Modem thing. But we should be around for the rest of the day, at the very least.
Did Sala come to breakfast?
Nope.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna toodaloo and go do something. How much time do we have?
At this point, you probably got like an hour left.
Would that be enough time for me to make one basic healing potion?
Fuck it, sure.
Okay, cool, thanks.
You've made so many.
I really have.
Christmas.
Yeah, while Noah is doing that, I'll go talk to Morgan with anyone else that wants to come talk to Morgan as well. I'm assuming Magda, because we're trying to find Notlin and whatnot.
Don't split the party.
Don't tell us what not to do.
I'm just warning you that bad things happen when you split the party.
You NPC killer.
Yeah.
It's literally
I
my
completely
job.
go off by myself.
No, it's not your job.
I kill NPCs constantly.
No,
It's true.
It's how you do story.
Well, while we wait for
No.
Ash to make up her mind, Foostrak, are you going to talk to Morgan with me?
I am not. Foostrak has a couple other things that he would like to work on.
Okay, I'll go talk to Morgan by myself.
Alright, cool. Magda just stands there and does nothing.
I was gonna say Magda is going to be watching Walter the whole time, making sure nothing goes wrong. So she's in there with Walter.
Okay, so just pressuring him.
No, I'm just
staring at
waiting.
Gwen's dead body.
Yeah, I'm just waiting.
Walter's in his office.
Oh.
Yeah.
I'm also like, I've taken Liberty's Edge out, and I'm just like tossing it in my hand, like.
So edgy.
That's smart.
Practicing.
Accidentally stabs yourself. Knife ruined.
Untethers your soul from your own body.
Yeah.
Walter is working away as fast as he can. He barely notices you're there, save for when you walk in. You would notice, before we jump into the Christmas Morgan conversation, you do notice that Walter did previously finally take the portrait of Amelia out of the main hall. He put it in a different room. But you notice as you come into his office, which you've been in several times before, just now, as he's working on this summon guest spell, you see that there's a small framed version of the portrait that he has placed on the desk while he's working on this. Anyway. Christmas, you go to find Morrigan.
Well, Morrigan was at breakfast, so that's when I was going to talk to Morrigan.
Oh, you got... okay, so I guess she's in the mansion then. Alright, cool.
You did say that. You said that Morrigan was invited.
Yeah.
I said she was invited. I didn't say she came, but now she did. Yeah. Yes, she is, after seeing off several guests who have already left to make their journeys back to wherever they came from, she has come into the mansion at Walter's welcome, and is sitting at the table with Ross at her side. Ross looks like shit.
Cool. While we're all at breakfast still, because I assume we're going back in time a little bit here,
sure.
I'm going to get another ritual casting of telepathic bond up, but I'm going to include Morrigan in it.
Okay.
Just because secret conversations. And then I'll put down my book that I'm working on now for Noah. I figured what the third major archfey to go out in the last 50 centuries or so. I might as well immortalize Noah in some way that doesn't involve blowing something up. It didn't work the way that we thought it would. As you can see, Gwen's not here.
You're talking to Morrigan?
To Morrigan, yeah.
Okay, yeah. Sorry, I'm distracted. Chat things, exciting things. No, it's a good thing. It's a good thing. Yeah, Morrigan, you would notice... Jesus, my voice. You would notice that when she came in, she did do like a glance over the hall, noticing Gwen wasn't there. And as you explained to her, you see her sort of hang her head ever so slightly, and she says, I'm so sorry, Christmas.
You gave me the power to help my friends. You gave me the power to do the right thing. It's not always going to work. But that's the job. You do it until it works. We have something else that we're going to be attempting today that's not going to be very safe. And after that, we're leaving. Obviously, if you need me for anything, all you have to do is ask, but we're going to summon Lorcan and try to separate him from Sav.
You are free to pursue your own goals and needs right now. I with Ross, or Robin, she calls him Robin, it's her son, with Robin recovering and me still building up my full power, we won't be tackling anything too big right away. But I will do my best to keep Titania distracted from your friends.
Well, I'll just go down the list. you wouldn't happen to have a room in the break here that is magically protected in some way where if we were to summon someone in it and something bad happened... Did I freeze again? Can you hear me?
You're
Yeah, no.
cutting out.
Okay. You guys can hear me now?
Yes.
Good.
Yep.
Okay. We're gonna technical difficulties for like 5-ish minutes, and we'll be right back.
Okay.
Okay. Hopefully,
Alright.
this holds on a little bit better than it did before. We shall see.
What the fuck were we doing?
I was talking to Morgan, and I was about to give her our laundry list of shit that we want to get taken care of.
Okay, so safe room within the brick. She will tell you that you can actually use Hollowmore Dew. Because nobody can enter Hollowmore Dew without her permission.
Okay, perfect. I'll just kind of walk her through like the spells that we're going to be using just to make sure that that checks out. Also, when we leave, we were thinking that the safest place to leave Gwen would be here.
I can look after her, yes.
Thank you. And, you are, well, harboring a few. Technically, we're considered fugitives, but you're harboring someone here that we need to talk to, and we need to get out of here alongside Lorcan when we leave, because we met Petrata and Burke yesterday, and we know that Nolan is here.
She is. I've been hiding her for a while.
I know that she fears retribution. Hopefully, taking care of Hyrsam makes things easier rather than harder for her, but Lorcan tried to reach out to Magda and say that we need to make sure that Nolan is safe when we save Lorcan. So we when we leave, we want to try to bring Lorcan, Nolan, Petrata, and Burke with us to Atlaran.
Well, if you were taking them to Atlaran, that will anger Titania even further, but she will not be able to go after them herself.
Right.
I am worried about what she'll send after you, though.
Well, I mean, she got anything worse than Hyrsam himself?
Well, maybe not all concentrated in one person that can follow you, but she does have legions of very loyal Fae folk.
Yeah. Well, we're kind of damned if we do, damned if we don't.
I can protect them here, if need be, but I think it may also be good for them to see Lorcan and maybe start somewhere else, start somewhere new.
Well, there's definitely target painted on our backs with Noah with us now, although even though he's the one that, I was going to say pulled the trigger, but more like lit the fuse.
Breathed on the fuse.
Yeah, I have no doubt that she's going to come after all of us. So maybe it's not the best idea to bring them all with us. I don't know. One thing at a time now. Getting Lorcan back first.
Yes.
I feel like there was something else. Well, obviously it wasn't important, otherwise I would have remembered it. Thank you.
Of course. You've all done plenty for me already.
Depending on how things go, there might be some people coming back your way that we send to help.
Alright. I could certainly use the help. There's a lot of mess to clean up after Hyrsam. Not to mention dealing with this Drogon and Baelor. But I will be here whenever you need me.
Okay. Well, I guess I'm gonna go dick around for a couple hours before we do this. But again, if there's anything you need, just say the word.
You all are eventually called to what was that?
Harris wants to do stuff.
Oh,
What?
yeah. I was going to do some stuff.
What are you gonna do? Say words.
So, first thing is I'm going to take the pieces of Effie outside and I'm going to bury her.
We're dropping frames again. Sorry, gang.
Damn it.
Alright, thanks for sticking with us, folks. We've got some inclement weather that is sort of fucking with our connection here, so...
Yeah.
Apologies. We're doing the best we can.
We'll do a little more before we hop on break. Honestly, we should have used that as our break, but I forgot.
Whoops.
Foostrak.
Yep.
You go outside to bury what's left of Effie. Which
Yep.
is very sweet, and I appreciate it, because I think you were the only one who understood that she was always a good thing. Just scary.
Yeah. And like when I bury her, like I try and find like a decent spot,
Mhm.
like maybe like under a tree,
Yeah.
and just like be like, thank you for helping us. I don't know if you were alive or not, but that breath was unsettling, so this seemed like the right thing to do.
Yeah. Yeah, once you have the little grave all like flattened out and everything, you do notice as you're just about to turn away to go back into the break, a little flower shoot pops out of the grave and grows into a little blue tulip. That's all.
I'm going to smile at it before I walk away.
Okay. You smile at a flower.
Yeah. The temptation was there to pick it, but I don't think that that's the point of it.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, you head back into the break, and then what did you need to do?
So I was going to find Vesper.
Okay, not too hard to find. The Lycari have gathered up in a okay. Cool.
Oh, shit.
Oh,
Coop?
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Are we good?
This interruption brought to you by whatever the fuck is going on here right now. Sorry, we're
Weather.
back.
Literally
Yeah.
weather.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's not hard to find them. They are gathered up in one of the several parlors sort of discussing amongst themselves, like, their next plans once they're done helping you guys get where you need to go. And you actually hear a portion of it where... Actually, question. Would Foostrak listen in before walking in?
I don't think intentionally, but I think that he would be kind of walking in and probably would end up picking up on something.
Okay.
Like, he's not going to, like, lurk outside the door or anything, but, like, just like the general kind of murmurs that you hear when people are talking as you come up to a door.
Gotcha. Let me double check this thing real quick. Yeah, as you come up, you hear them discussing stuff that's happening in Atlaran. And you hear them talking about the Rune Ring Coven, the Master Arcanists, and worries about some of the Master Arcanists and the city of Issa. You hear, in particular, Sonering mention how Awaz is struggling, and how he wishes they knew where Alistair was. But as you step,
Oh no!
They pause, and all look up at you. And Flameheart is the one who addresses you and says, "Can we help you?"
I am sorry to intrude. I was hoping to speak with Vesper, but it sounds like we may have something more important happening.
I think it would be ideal for you all to focus on what you're doing. A lot has happened since you've all been here in the Feywild. They're updating me because I've been away for a while, but I believe the Lieutenant Thomas Dane will be updating you shortly. But
Good.
Focus on Lorcan for the moment because he is a massive piece in this puzzle.
I know. There's a lot of shit going down in Frosthold. My brother-in-law is in a coma down there in the Blue Shore. Jasper's down there apparently leading his people.
Jasper's actually been a big help.
Sounds like him. And now Alistair's missing?
Alistair and Droval. I think, and he looks around at the others, says, I think we should tell him. And Sonering speaks up, crossing his arms over his chest. He says, another one of the Master Arcanists was attacked. Braviat Kirstensen. His tower was destroyed. He was pretty badly wounded and used the last of his power to hold the entire tower up so everyone else could get out, and it collapsed on him. And as soon as Master Altera heard about it, he just set a shield around Manaz and disappeared. And Issa has fallen. The Glacier Watch has moved to Northeast, and Master Droval is missing. Assumed safe, but missing. We think Master Altera knows where they are.
Any word on Devria?
Devria and Aubrey are still working on the Almatum project, though they have turned half their resources towards supporting the rest of the coven. They are mostly working in Rolliger and Vern, so they are much safer than others. The eastern part of Awaz and the islands are mostly secure as far as the Glacier Watch rebels go. Your little friend Jasper, his tribe, being that their barrow sits on one of the ley line intersections, and we know now that the Glacier Watch rebels are being indirectly influenced by Sav. He has been a focus point for the rebels. But between the Blue Shore and the AMC, he has been doing some serious damage to the rebels. He's probably one of the more secure leaders down there right now, to the point that the AMC has placed an entire regiment of the Merrill Legion under his command.
I'm going to need to get in touch with him soon. He's been doing a whole lot of good since the last time I saw him.
He has. I wouldn't be surprised if General Sokolov gave him an honorary rank at some point.
Seems like he's earned it. I should probably tell this to all of you as well. We're probably not going to be in the Feywild too much longer.
We know. Keladir told us what you're talking about. And Vesper actually speaks up, which is strange for her, because she normally tries to keep quiet in these group situations. She says, we already agreed we're going to do whatever we can to get you to where you need to be. But once you're there, we have to go to Frosthold. All of us. Whether the bearers go or not.
You don't even have to worry about that. I already assumed.
And she looks over them all, and they all give her a nod. She says, we've decided that, at least for a little while, the Obsidian Collective is on hiatus. The bearers, several of them, are too scared to do anything or too distrustful. So we're going to do it for them.
I think that's the right call.
And she looks toward Flameheart. Says, I think we needed you all. We needed someone to remind us what we're actually here for. When all of us were born into these new forms, and the influence of Olgar Heidemann was stripped away, our first bearers had a clear mission. And they all, even though some of them didn't know each other all that well, they still loved each other. They cared about each other and one another's families. They were all pretty much Phelan. And they knew that things needed to be done, and there was no time to distrust each other or slow down on account of suspicions. Things needed to be done. And we need that back. I'm lucky enough that my bearer is still with us 100%. So is Roan and Arabelle mostly. But the others, Kit and Ken are busy with a project that needs them. And the other bearers are too frozen to help us. They're frozen in fight or flight. We can't do that right now.
Do you need us to come to Frosthold with you?
No. We need you all to keep doing what you're doing because you Nobodies, as everyone keeps calling you, you have done more good than the collective has in the past 2 decades. We trust your judgment. And because of your judgment, we're going to make our own.
It may not mean a lot. I don't know. I don't speak for you, but y'all should be very proud of yourselves.
And you see them all look amongst each other, and as is, I think, fairly normal among people in general, you see them, like, encourage each other, but have a hard time accepting it for themselves. But especially Keladir and Flameheart, you see them link hands. And Keladir speaks up. She says, "We are at your beck and call. When you're ready, let us know. We'll take you to Constanos and we'll forge our own path from there. I think we especially need to pull Bakana and Nyx in with us as well, and catch Kenna and Kit up. Because if anyone's going to be able to keep up with us, it's the 2 Elder Druids."
That goes both ways. If you need us, we'll come.
It'll be a mutual alliance then, the way the collective is supposed to function.
And by the way, when we get to Constanos, if any or all of you would like to meet Rodri, I don't think that Wayafin would be upset.
They sort of look amongst each other, and you hear Vesper be like, "I would love to meet him."
Just make sure y'all stay safe down there.
We look after each other. We always have.
Thank you for offering to help us so much with this. I'm going to let y'all get back to your conversation. Work out what you're planning on doing. And I have one more stop that I need to make.
Okay.
Before
the Lorkening.
Yeah, the Lorkening.
What do you need to do?
I wanted to talk to Chris really quick.
Christine? Sure. You find her, surprise, surprise, in a kitchen.
In the kitchen. I am going to ask for her help when it comes to making a couple of gifts for Rodri.
Okay.
Making a little stuffed bear for him
Mhm.
and a little stuffed owl.
Yeah. Yay. So cute. Yeah. For the sake of making sure we can actually bring back Lorcan today, yeah, Christine is fucking all about this project. Like, to the point that she starts digging in her bag and, like, pulls out fabric swatches. And it's just like, which one do you like? But yeah, she's all the fuck over that. As a proper Midwestern mom, she can sew.
Foostrak can't.
Yeah, you got big fingers.
But he also figured that if there's going to be anyone that he's going to learn a bit more about being a good parent from, it's going to be Chris and Chips.
That's cute as shit.
Yeah.
Yeah. I do think that as you're like spending some time with her before you meet up with Walter and the others, she like gets to work right away. On a because she's going with kind of the Zerai theme, she's gonna do like an auburn colored bear, so it's like reddish brown. But as she like starts like cutting fabric, and she even like goes out into the break, tears down a curtain and brings it back to like use that as part of it, which I imagine Morgan's just like, it's fine, I don't care. But as she's like starting to work out like a pattern and like all the pieces and laying them out, she tells you, you've heard the story before, but she gives you a little more detail. She basically tells you how she got Noah, like how she went across the world to Lochmanos to adopt this like month-old little baby tiefling because his parents called out for help. And like talks about like the first days that she had him home and like figuring him out, and how little she and Chip slept for a solid several months, and then how he became an absolute fucking nightmare as soon as he could walk. Yeah. But yeah, there's a couple moments where she gets a little teary-eyed. She's like, excuse me, I'm sorry. And she like takes like a scrap piece of fabric and like dabs at her eyes. And you see Chips off to the side just bawling. He's like, our bud has a little boy. Yeah. It's so Midwestern parents. But yeah.
I imagine I imagine as she's doing that, Foostrak is sitting on a stool that's just a little too short for him. And he's holding a needle in between his little like hoof fingers, his little hoof fingernails, and he's trying to like learn how to like do that in case like a repair needs to be made. Yeah. So he's like trying to learn how to like stitch.
Yeah. At some point, Christine like takes your hand and she wraps this like grippy like tape around your fingers so it's a little easier to hold on, and she teaches you like a basic whip stitch and a couple other simple things, and like how to put a button on, and yeah, she gives you a couple little skills. It's real fucking cute. I imagine Foostrak is like sitting on a short stool, and then Christine is sitting on a table so that you guys are actually eye to eye. It's real nice. Like,
she gets the biggest hug at the end, too.
You have now made your son her grandson, so.
Yeah.
It's, it takes a while to make this kind of stuff, but she basically tells you that the moment it's done, she will make sure you have it to give to your kid. So, this is what she's doing all day. You've given her a project.
Before I have to leave for the Lorkening, as I'm now just going to call it, I will make sure to give her just the biggest hug.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She can like try to hug you, but like her arms reach to like your ribs. So yeah. But she like drops all her work to hug you, and she's like, "It's gonna be great. You're gonna be a wonderful dad. It's just gonna be lovely. Don't worry about it. You'll be okay."
I'm sure I will. We're getting ready to get Lorcan back up here in a little bit. I got
Oh
to.
yeah, add another kid to the pile. I love him. I'm so excited to see him.
Same. I'm a little nervous about the condition he's going to be in, but we'll find out.
Listen, Foostrak, it's nothing that a little sleep and a little chicken noodle soup can't handle.
Well, chicken and biscuits.
That's what we should have used to bring Gwen back. Just a good old-fashioned bowl of chicken noodle soup. Damn it, that would have worked
too. That's like anti-god material.
You just dice the rose up and mix it into the soup.
Yeah. But anyway,
have some residuum soup.
You all gather in Walter's office, or in Hollow rather.
I know we technically took a little break for technical difficulties.
Ash, I already said we were going to go on break before we do Lorcan.
Oh, oops.
Yep.
Okay.
This happens every time. You're like, break, and I'm like, I was just about to get there.
Sorry.
But you guys will all gather within Hollow with Walter and his completed summon guest spell added to his book. And he has all of the materials needed, thanks to the crew. And he will begin the casting. But we'll go on break first.
It's cool.
We'll see you in a bit.
10 minutes. Be back at 1:40.
We're back, and we're ready to Lorcan.
Let's do this! So ready to have Lorcan. Want that sassy boy back. Been ready to have him back since episode 18. So, you all gather. Friends, gather.
We are gathered here today.
You gather within Hollow Mordu. In fact, when you step in, Morrigan sort of opens the way for you and actually puts you inside Dune Bive, which, you know, Hollow Mordu is secure, but Dune Bive is even securer. So she will open the way for you. But as you arrive, Christmas, you sent to Sala on you guys' way there, and she basically answers you back, I'm on my way. And within a couple minutes, she enters Dune Bive as well, clearly having been crying for a while. You can see her eyes are still kind of puffy and red, but she steps in with a fucking purpose to her step. And you see, like, her, she takes very good care of her weapons, but you can tell that she spent these past 4 hours, like, sharpening, cleaning all of her loadout, and her rifle practically shines at this point. But she joins you guys, and Walter, basically, he doesn't wait for much, except for Sala, but as he steps in, he starts laying things out.
Question.
Yeah.
Fuck, I forgot my first question.
Nice.
Oh, now I remember. Did I sent a message to Alistair the day before? I'm assuming he never responded.
He did not respond, no.
Okay. Second question. Would I have had time to apply oil of sharpness to bullets?
Yes.
Okay, cool. I did that.
You had dude.
I had to.
Mm-hmm.
Had dude.
I had to.
So, Walter lays out a,
Oh, God! Sorry. I just bashed my elbow on the table.
Nice.
Oh no.
Good job. Lorcan lays out, in a...
Who does?
What's a six-sided shape called?
Hexagon.
Hexagon.
Hexagon, yeah.
You said Lorcan. I'm assuming you meant Walter.
I meant Walter. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's good.
Let's say a
Walter...
cube.
Lorcan, you're back. you dumbass.
A six-edged shape.
No, I know.
You're correct.
Yeah.
Correct. He lays out the 6 gladiolus blooms in a hexagon before him, and as he lays them down, he is like digging into his bag for all the things he needs. And one by one, he takes those blooms and braids them around a piece of lapis lazuli. And he takes the bitty copper bowl that I believe somebody made for him.
Yep.
And he looks at it, looks at the mass of flowers and lapis, and he's like, all right, and sort of balances it all. And reaches into his bag for a flask, which he has gotten water from the Feywild fetched for him, and he pours it over the blooms into the bowl.
While he's working on that,
Mm-hmm.
I am working outside of his hexagon, and
Oh no, it was just for the flowers. It's like a ritual thing that he's doing. It's tiny.
right, I'm working outside of his hexagon to do an inverted magic circle with the spell scroll that I was given. Which the casting time for that is a minute, so I'm just going to wait to time that for when he's got about a minute left, and while I'm doing that, I'm just going like, whatever anyone can do to help Magda get the best shot that she can. Now's the time. And I'll start just like writing, like inscribing in the floor Sylvan runes, which would make the circle for holding a fey creature.
Yeah. As Walter is working, he's like focused on his project, but he also says aloud, says, if anyone has anything that can hold a creature in place, anything to make them unable to flee or use magic counterspells at the ready would be appreciated. We don't know what this false look and form is capable of. But, and as he sort of finishes with his prep, and he has like taken off his gloves, taken off his jacket, vest, rolled up his sleeves to reveal his like spellbook tattoos. He's preparing all this and just about ready, making sure Christmas is ready too. He actually turns toward Magda, and he says, Magda, once we have Lorcan back, because we're getting him back right now, there is no question. I am going to do everything in my power to help you get Gwyn back. I don't care what I have to do.
Appreciate it.
And who knows? Maybe in the effort, we could free Amelia as well. But we're doing this for Gwyn. And he turns toward Christmas. Ready when you are.
One
I
sec.
put a hand on Magda's shoulder and cast guidance.
I'm going to activate my Storm Rune so that I can use my reaction to give Magda advantage.
While I'm finishing the magic circle, I'm going to actually start singing a song that is in Sylvan, and it is actually a story about Lorcan. And I'm going to give Bardic Inspiration to Noah, Magda, and Foostrak. It's a D10.
Nice. Hell yeah.
Oh, yes.
And in all of this, Sala has her gun loaded, but she is standing immediately beside Magda, with just ready at any moment to decide whether she needs to, attack, cast something. She is ready to go. She is also ready to grab somebody if they get caught up in a bad situation. So
The last thing that I'm going to do before I finish my... Well, actually, I'll finish my magic circle. It stays for an hour, so I'll finish that, which means that then Walter would be able to finish Summon Guest. But as soon as I'm done with magic circle, I'm going to cast Enhance Ability on myself for Eagle Splendor for advantage on charisma checks.
Explain to me how this magic circle is working in this situation.
So let me pull it up here real quick.
In fact, explain to all of us.
So
Just
I'll...
Oh, sorry. I was just going to ask, did you give me any stats for Liberty's Edge or no?
You won't need any except for...
+5 to hit.
Hold on. Yes, +5 +5 bonus to attack and damage rolls.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, go ahead.
I just have one last thing to give to Magda. Before we go, I'm going to hand you both of my experimental elixirs that I can make for the day. And 2x6. Okay. And tell you to drink them both.
I'll throw Liberty's Edge in chat for you guys.
I would like you to... They're not going to make you... No. Roll 2d6 for me.
2, 1.
Okay. Oh, Jesus. You gain... 10, 14. You gain 20 temporary hit points.
Hell yeah.
Ooh.
You also, if you need healing, you also heal an additional, 15. And your walking speed, you said a 2?
2 and a 1.
2 and a 1, okay.
1, yeah.
Okay, I was hoping for boldness, but you got swiftness, so your walking speed increases by 10 feet for the next hour as well.
Okay.
Experimental elixir never does what you want.
No, but now I have restorative reagents in it, so I get temporary hit points every single time I use one.
Nice. Okay.
Just remember, we don't want to kill Lorcan. We just need one good hit
I mean, you can.
from Magda.
Okay.
Alright, so here's how the circle works. This is a 10-foot radius, 20-foot tall cylinder of magical energy centered on the point where Lorcan is going to be summoned. Glowing runes appear wherever that cylinder intersects with the floor or other surface. The creature type that I'm choosing is Fey. What is going to happen is they cannot willingly leave the circle by non-magical means. If it tries to use teleportation or interplanar travel to leave, it must first succeed on a charisma saving throw. The creature has disadvantage on attack rolls against targets outside of the cylinder. Targets outside the cylinder cannot be charmed, frightened, or possessed by the creature that is inside the cylinder. And that's it. Those are the things. So it's hard for it to leave, it's hard for it to attack stuff outside the cylinder, and it cannot charm, frighten, or possess anything that is outside of the cylinder.
Nice.
Yeah.
Alright. So,
I also, just for...
So much prep.
Yeah, sorry. Just for
You're fine.
A backup, I'm going to take my alluring mutagen. So I have advantage on charisma checks, but disadvantage on initiative.
gotcha. So, speaking of, for the sake of if this does turn into a combat, because there's a possibility, I would like everybody to roll initiative now.
Okay.
I will be giving you guys a surprise round
Oh, yeah. That would make
of
sense.
sorts. So, over 20.
23.
Oh,
Over 15.
19.
Over 10.
11.
13.
And so,
Is a question. This is
It's an
curious. Is initiative considered an ability check?
Yes.
Flash of Genius on Magda.
I'll tell you for free, it won't move her in the order.
Never mind.
I don't want you to have to waste it.
I am going to add something else to this as well, Taiylor. I want Sinead to be here.
Oh, yes. She angry.
Top of the teeth.
She dangerous.
Also, since Liberty's Edge requires attunement, I'm going to unattune Shroud of the Hermit and...
Yeah, you would have done this earlier.
attune to that. Yeah.
Okay.
I'll just have Sinead go after my initiative.
Gotcha. Alright. Okay, let me... Just in case he's... Oh, fuck. Okay. If we do go into initiative order, Saab didn't do so well. Anyway, so you are all gathered in around this circle. This is very reminiscent of the death of Anna Ripley. But as you're all gathered in, Walter reaches his arm through the magic circle, holding the little copper bowl and blooms and lapis in his hand. And he looks at Christmas, looks at all of you guys, gives you a nod, and he crushes it in his hand and opens his hand downward. And you watch the petals and copper plates begin to fall, where as they hit the ground, you don't hear the clang of metal. You don't hear the stems hit the floor. Instead, you hear this like overdone, almost like water drop sound as the floor ripples and absorbs these items. About to a 5-foot circle, this ripple goes outward, and you see the entirety of this circle just tear downward, ripping a portal through space. And in a fairly violent show of magical force, a figure is ripped up out of the floor, almost like somebody grabbed him by the back of his jacket, and you watch as the form of the false Lorcan is pulled through. And as he's like lifted a few inches off the ground, the floor closes beneath him, and he's dropped, and he falls to one knee. And you see him pause, wide-eyed for a moment, in shock. You all have a surprise round.
I'm running at him, and I'm going right for him.
Let's go in order for
Okay.
this, just to keep it sorted. Christmas, you're first.
Hold monster. Which is a 5th level spell. So I need Lorcan/Sav, which I'm assuming is what I see in front of me.
You see the false Lorcan, yeah.
Okay. Hold monster, they need to make a wisdom saving throw.
Okay. He is going to use a legendary resistance to succeed.
Okay.
Fucker.
Anything for Sinead?
I'm just gonna double check my bonus actions here a second.
Hoof that bitch.
But you don't want to kick him out of the circle.
No.
True.
Do not do that. We're just gonna burn through these legendary resistances, I guess. We'll see how this goes. Sinead is going to attempt to charm him. He needs to make another wisdom saving throw. The DC is 11, so it's not very high.
That is 23.
Yeah, he saves.
Fuck.
Okay. Anything else?
No, I'm going to save my reaction just in case.
Okay. That'll bring us to Sala and Walter. Oh shit, I forgot to open Sala's sheet.
Just quick clarification.
Yep.
You keep saying false Lorcan. We know this is Lorcan's body, but it is possessed.
Yes, it looks like
Okay.
the fully, like, perfect
Gotcha.
and healed Lorcan. When I
Okay.
say false Lorcan, it's Sav using glamour to disguise Lorcan's ruined body, basically.
I just wanted to make sure that I was
Yep.
understanding. Because I don't want to haul off and do a fuck ton of damage and, like, kill Lorcan by accident.
Sala is going to attempt... Sala's gonna wait. Walter. He's got some high-ass spells. He is going to cast Gesh.
Oh, such a great
Yes.
fucking spell!
You
It's
inspired
really, like,
me.
one of the coolest.
Oh, I love that
spells.
spell so fucking much.
I'm sorry,
Um,
what spell?
Gesh. Geas.
Oh, gotcha. I know what you're talking
Yes.
I cast geese.
about. I always thought it was Gios.
No, it's Gesh.
Yeah, I always thought it was Gios as well.
Is that anime?
I think
Yeah,
that is
yes.
actually how it's
Yeah,
pronounced, though.
we
So-
googled it. It's Irish, I think.
Oh,
So just so everybody, including stream, knows, because this spell does not get enough love, Walter is going to expend an 8th level spell slot to cast this because he wants it to succeed.
Yes.
He will place a magical command on a creature. He's going to target Sav, not Lorcan. He's targeting the actual, if the creature can understand, it must succeed on a wisdom saving throw or become charmed for the duration. While it is charmed, it takes 5d10 psychic damage each time it acts in a manner directly counter to your instructions, but no more than once each day. And he can issue any command he chooses, short of what would result in certain death. If he,
I'm going to make you really sad.
What?
The casting time on that is a minute.
Oh.
Really?
It is.
Yeah.
Aww, boo.
I do like that the duration
See,
is a
the
full
reason
year,
why
though,
it
at
doesn't
8th
get
level.
enough love.
Damn, that's okay.
Sorry.
In that fucking case, he's gonna cast Disintegrate.
Fireball.
No.
Disintegrate!
Let me double check his spell list here.
And then Lorcan's body disappears and it's over.
Yep. The end.
Hashtag
Hey.
save Lorcan.
Lorcan can't be possessed anymore if
That's true.
he doesn't have a body to
If he's
have
dead.
possessed. Yeah.
All of Walter's
Quite true.
spells are incredibly damaging. He has
Question.
one fuck of a loadout. Yeah.
If Lorcan is dead and on the ground, would Magda get advantage on stabbing them? With the Liberty's Edge?
Advantage and any hit would be an automatic crit. Yeah.
That's fine. I've got Revivify.
That's risky.
Walter is also going to wait. Foostrak.
I am going to hold my action for if Sav basically tries to come out of the circle.
Gotcha.
Yeah, to be able to wallop him with the lady's favor.
He can't come out of the circle.
He can if he saves.
Yes.
He can teleport or planar travel out of the circle
Yeah.
if he saves.
Oh yeah, then that would make him hard to hit.
Foostrak can't stop that from happening.
Nope. Okay, Magda.
All right, I'm running at him.
I use my reaction to give her advantage.
That's not a thing.
Storm
I
Rune.
don't think.
Storm Rune.
Storm Rune.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, I can do that.
Should have said that.
I'm just going to use my reaction to give people advantage.
Yeah.
Magda.
No, I'm running at him, and I try and hit him, stab him, stab.
Don't forget you have Bardic Inspiration
And
like a
advantage.
+4
And
and advantage.
And guidance.
Can you use guidance on an attack?
I don't think so, but it's there.
All right,
Guidance
so
is
I
for
rolled
abilities.
13 plus guidance is...
You can't.
Oh, you can't
on
use
I
guidance.
guidance.
is
can't use
abilities
guidance.
only.
Fuck! Okay, so I roll a 13 plus Flash of Genius, you said?
No, I can't do that.
No?
You
Okay.
have Bardic Inspiration, which is a 1d10.
Bardic Inspiration. 1d10. Okay.
And advantage if you didn't do that.
Yeah, I did advantage. Ooh, that was a 6.
Why are we
so
relying on the person who never hits anything?
19.
I don't know.
So that was a 19 plus... So that was the Bardic Inspiration. Did I have anything else that I...
You had a +5 to that attack roll just
did.
from the weapon
Oh, wait.
itself.
Yeah. No, you're right.
Plus
So
your
then it would
normal
be a
bonus to attacking.
24.
He's gonna cast shield.
What did you roll on the dice?
A 13. And then I rolled Bardic Inspiration was a 6, so a plus 19. And then the bonus was plus 5 with Liberty's Edge.
What's your normal bonus to your attacks though? You have to add that too.
This is a
Plus
dexterity
5.
weapon.
Oh, okay, so plus 5 again.
So 29.
So 29.
You have a 29, which he can't stop you.
Sorry, I forgot about the
Good lord.
bonus.
Alright. So, you are just stabbing him?
Yes, I don't know what else to do.
Because
Does
this
the weapon have
works in a
charges?
specific way.
Hold on.
You have to literally stab them through the heart.
Well, I was planning on doing that anyway, but
Okay.
yeah. I want to do however the fucking ability tells me to do it, because I just got this
Alright.
whole big long thing, but...
Okay, so you are aiming to use Liberty. You have to tell me
Yeah.
these things. I
I'm
don't know
gonna
if you
use
guys are trying to weaken him
Liberty.
ahead of time or
No.
what.
No.
So, charging into the circle at him, where he's still sort of knelt down, like, ready to strike at you all as he's sort of catching himself. You run up to him. He is going to use a reaction. Hold on 1 second. Because I think he has something that he can do. I just gotta grab his sheet. Sorry, guys.
You're
There's
fine.
a lot of stuff. He is going to cast Temporal Shunt,
Oh,
which
fun.
you can blame Matt Mercer for. You need to make a Wisdom saving throw.
Is that a spell?
Yes, it is.
It's an ability check too, so you have guidance.
Counterspell.
Okay, first counterspell.
Yeah, at 6th level.
It stopped. You don't have to roll. So with a 29, just for my entertainment, please roll damage. This is a... This is a dagger, but it's a special baby. So that's going to be a d6 plus 5 plus your dexterity and anything else you add to attack rolls.
That's 15 damage.
15 damage? Okay.
Yeah.
You charge into this circle, and in a move that you remember learning from your mentor, Margot, you used to have to deal with creatures that had to be killed in very specific ways, so you are exactly the person for this. As you charge in, and he throws up his hands to cast a spell the likes of which you have never seen, because Dunamancy is still very new to Atlaran. You see out of the corner of your eye Christmas break the spell with just one fluid motion of his hand. And as that spell breaks in front of the false Lorcan, you see his eyes go wide with realization of what is about to happen and recognition of the blade in your hand, and you push up under him, under his head, to basically expose his chest and his neck, and you plunge this dagger down behind his clavicle, down into the sort of chamber where his heart is. I need everybody to make dexterity saving throws.
Is this an effect that I can see?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Does a 32 work?
Maybe.
Jesus. 22.
13.
Holy shit, I have a +9 to my dexterity saves. 19. When
Okay.
did that happen?
Noah, you just saved. Anybody who rolled under 22,
Jesus.
you are going to be pushed back 10 feet away from this circle. Everybody who saved is going to take 30 psychic damage. Everybody who failed will take 60.
Oh my god!
Jesus.
This is why we don't fight gods.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's for Walter and Stella. Jesus, that's over half of both their hit points.
I'm at almost concurrent health.
Those of you who are not pushed back, you get this ringing in your ears, and you feel like this pressure building in your sinuses that, like, you feel like your nose is about to start bleeding, but you kind of hold it together as just migraines set in. Everybody who gets thrown back, you are just flattened to the ground. Some of you have an eardrum or two burst. Some of you, the vessels in your nose, the blood vessels in your nose burst. A couple of you may even have blood vessels in your eyes break. But it is quite a hit, to the point that you may even very temporarily black out just a little bit. But Magda, who you super saved, which I think is very poetic, you feel this blade sink down into his body, and it's familiar because you've done this so many times. You learned to fight monsters for a living. You're a mercenary. But there's also something really unsettling about it, because you see the false Lorcan staring up at you, but it's still Lorcan. And you watch these wide green eyes stare at you in frustration and anger and shock. And you watch the color dim a bit to something more natural. Instead of this bright electric green, they become leaf emerald green. You watch as the glamour begins to fade, and you see scars reappearing. You see stubble appear on his face. You can see his ears, thanks to Jasper, are still full and regrown. You see his hair has the long hair that the false Lorcan has disappears in favor of the shorter hair that your Lorcan had. You see the beautiful green and purple outfit disappear to give way to nothing but rags, basically. To the point that his torso is practically clothesless. And you see all these new wounds and scars appear on his dark skin, and you see where the Liberty's Edge has sunk in. You see blood beginning to trickle down. And you notice at the base of his throat, where it joins to his chest, there is a 4-pointed star symbol sitting there that shatters off of him. And as the blade is still sitting in his shoulder, you, and you're still holding onto it, his hand reaches up to yours. And you watch the anger and shock fade into a more familiar expression. And you hear him say, "You didn't leave me behind."
If it was going to.
And he collapses.
I pull the knife out and I go, "Revivify somebody. Anybody."
Is he dead?
He's not dead.
I stabbed him in the heart.
Healing word, first level.
He's an arch. Yeah.
Alright, fine.
Christmas.
Is he breathing? Is he...
No, but he's not dead.
He gets 8 hit points back.
Holy shit.
Hang on, wait. So we're out of initiative already then?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought there would be a sob left behind or something.
No.
Doesn't seem to be.
Point of contention. Surprised creatures can't take reactions. I would like my 6th level counterspell back.
But it was so good. God damn it.
It was, but I would like it back.
Sure, you can have it back, but it
Thank
still
you.
happened.
Sure. Because it's cool.
It
But it's a 6th level spell slot.
Since everybody got hit and I'm super awesome now, I am going to cast a Mass Healing Word.
Oh.
And everybody's going to take 12 points back.
Holy shit. I mean, spread out amongst 5 people, that's like 60 hit points. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, now I
Because,
am back at 2/3 health.
it's
I'm
up to
back
6. It's up to 6 creatures, so I'm going to get all 4 of us, and then I'm going to get Sala and Walter.
Sweet.
Yeah.
I have 69 health right now.
Nice. Can you add your Bardic Inspiration to spell damage?
Yes, you can. You can add it to spell damage as well as healing damage.
Cool. Add another 8 to that, so that's 20 points total for everybody.
Woo!
Yeah.
That is a beastly healing word.
Yes, it is.
Yay, being an artificer, because I get an extra +4 to those.
I like how we don't have a healer, but now we have 2 characters that have, like, a ton of healing word and also resurrection spells.
Yep.
Yay, half healers.
Yay. That's all you need.
Alright, I kneel down next to Lorcan. And
As this healing word is cast on him, he does take in a breath, and his eyes open, but he's not picking himself up. He's just sort of laying there. Mechanically, he has basically been revived. He has 4 points of exhaustion. But he is there.
can I help him, like, at least sit up?
Yeah, you can.
Sending to Morrigan. Lorcan is free. We have him. If you can send his family here, they want to see him before we leave.
Yeah. She will respond that she is gathering them as she speaks.
As I sit him up, I'm like, you're not gonna die in, like, the next 5 seconds or anything, are you? You good?
I hate to tell you, Magda, but I can't see into the future.
Just as long as the life's not slowly slipping out of you, I'm cool with that for right now.
We wouldn't have wanted to go through all that work for nothing. So, keep it together.
I think I'm good.
Okay, good. And then I'm gonna hug him.
Yeah, and as thin and frail and weak as he is, he just throws his arms around you, and it's like hugging a scarecrow. But as he hugs onto you, you feel his entire body just start to tremble as he just sobs into your shoulder, just with relief and pent up emotion. After a moment, as he's like trying to catch his breath and get a hold of himself, he pulls back and looks at all of you with just tears in his eyes. He says, "None of you left me behind. I'm sorry."
What for?
He was a conduit for that bastard.
That wasn't your fault.
And he like grabs onto your jacket. He's like, "Is your dad okay?"
He's fine. He's safe because of you.
Sorry.
Again, Lorcan, don't apologize. You're the reason that he's safe.
I don't know what to do with myself. And he looks around. He's like, "Where the fuck are we?"
It's a long story, my guy.
Yeah.
We're friends with
Well, I
Walter
mean-
now. And this
What?
is his mansion. Yeah,
It's
really
not. We're not
You
in
guys
his
are in
mansion
Dune
right
Dive.
now.
Yes, we
We're
are.
in Morgan's
No, we're
Dune
lair.
Dive.
Oh, never mind. We're in the
Um,
Feywild. Hi.
What?
We're kind of in the Feywild. Lorcan, stop talking. Just take a breath. You've missed a lot, and we'll get you caught up.
And with that, Walter actually steps forward and leans down, offering a hand to shake. And Lurkin reaches out and sort of carefully takes his hand. And you see a very rare smile out of Walter as he says, "Welcome back, Mr. Shalewick. I look forward to working with you."
While everybody's doing this, just to be safe, I'm going to start ritually casting Identify on Lorcan.
Okay.
It's probably a good idea.
I'm
Yeah.
going to, while you're casting that, I'm going to break the bad news to Lorcan. I'll go kneel down by him.
Oh,
We, Lorcan, we, obviously a lot has happened. But
I've seen some of it.
the most important thing that we can tell you right now is you're safe. We're going to get you out of the Feywild as soon as we can. But we lost Gwen.
But I saw her. Before
It
you
was
got
recent.
that.
We lost Gwen yesterday.
I guess that was why you were so angry. You all did something.
Yeah, Noah killed Hyrsam.
You killed Hyrsam?
yeah, I didn't know that he was super susceptible to being deafened, and I blew him up.
You, properly killed him.
Yeah, no, he's permadead.
Yeah, Noah really blew out his back.
Yeah,
Not like that. Not in the fun way.
it was kind of an accident, to be honest. Well, sort of.
Needless to say,
Okay.
between Noah killing Hyrsam and you being back, our next priority is getting out of the Feywild.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Met Titania, not a nice lady.
No, she's not. I feel like there's a lot, just in general, that I need to catch up on.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I know bits and pieces from, being stuck watching him do all his nonsense, but I also have a few things I think I can offer to help.
not yet.
Yeah, we should get back to Atlaran, and you should rest up before we do too much else.
A couple more things, not to just add to the pile.
I mean,
This is... You're in the Court of Reckoning. Morrigan has reascended, and Morrigan has sent for your family to come see you. They should be here any minute.
do you really think that's wise?
Yeah.
We don't have a lot of time, and they want to see you.
But and he looks down at himself. He's like, I'm a mess.
I
They
don't think they're gonna
want to.
care.
They don't want to see me.
Magda, do you still have that cloak?
Oh, I do. Well, it requires attunement, so...
He's gonna look random, too, so...
Oh, shit. Forgot about that.
But that wouldn't be a bad idea to throw on him while we're trying to leave.
Yeah. I do have... I've got extra clothing and stuff, so...
But as you guys are discussing this, like, Lorcan grabs onto your sleeve, Magda, and he's like, they don't want to see me.
They do, I've talked to them.
No, you don't. You of all people understand. They don't want to see me.
Logan, I of all people do understand that that's a rubbish thing to think.
What happened to Magda? And you see a little bit of a smile start.
Well, she finally landed a hit on somebody. I just say from the background.
That's kind of wild.
I-
You look great.
The curse is gone, I think.
And he looks over all of you and then back at Magda. He says, will you stay with me while they're here?
We'll all stay with you.
We're not going anywhere, my guy.
You're a nobody.
What?
We have to explain that a little bit more. That
It doesn't mean the way that it sounds.
the context
We'll catch you up a little bit more.
is more.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
And about that moment, the door to Dunvive opens, and you see Morrigan glance in, but she doesn't enter. But she does give Lurkin a smile, as he's just like, "Oh Jesus!" Like recognizes her right away. But she steps back, and through the door, you see 3 beautiful, dark-skinned nymph, half nymph, quarter nymph. Step through.
The 3 genders.
Petrata, yeah. Petrata in a sort of flowing, partially sheer gown, like still demure and almost. If I could describe it as anything, it's almost like a Mother of the Bride style, like sheer-ish gown. But as she steps in, you see Burke right behind her in sort of nice green tunic, dark trousers, tall boots. He is the most Eladrin looking of them, but still with the dark skin, sort of braided back hair, looks a lot like Lorcan. And behind them both, you see what can only be described as a female Lorcan step in. The same sort of strong jawline, the same high cheekbones, the same skin tone, everything. And she has her hair shaved close, with you see this really nasty scar that extends from almost the corner of her mouth and down her chin. And she is dressed in a solid black sort of like suit coat similar to oh god, I can't remember. You guys know that in like Pride and Prejudice, like the kind of coat Mr. Darcy wears?
Oh yeah, like the high waist
Frock
and the
coat,
little
yes.
tails. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
That kind of coat, a sort of muted green shirt, like riding breeches, boots. Her style is a little more, honestly, Constantian than the other two. But as they step in, you see the one that you can tell is Nalan. She has this rapier at her side, and she looks a little hesitant, to say the least, to the point that she like walks in behind her mother and her son. Lorcan, with you guys' help, pulls himself up to stand. And Sala, still silent, steps in to wrap her cloak around him, just so that he doesn't feel so, self-conscious about the rags he's in. But there's a long moment of silence as the 3 new visitors stop a good 15 feet away, and they and Lorcan just stare at each other for a long moment. And the first person to break the sort of stare down, as nobody knows what to do, is actually Burke. He glances at his grandmother and his mother, and then at Lorcan. He's like, "What are you all waiting for?" And he steps forward and grabs his uncle in a hug, meeting him for the first time ever. Thunder! I don't know if you guys can hear it, but...
I actually did hear it because we're close enough to each other where we live that we hear the same thunder.
Yeah.
Yep, I hear it too.
Yep.
I didn't hear it.
Yeah, you're an hour away. But
that's weird.
Yeah, Burke just wraps him up in a hug.
Now I hear it.
Yeah, there it is.
You can tell he's trying to be gentle, but he's also excited. As he pulls back and looks at a very shocked, has no idea what to do, Lorcan, he says, "Hi. My name's Burke." And Lorcan nods and he says, "I know." It just hugs him again. And in this, Petrata steps up. And Magda, as she gets near to Lorcan, she reaches out and she actually touches your cheek and gives you a smile and steps up and hugs both of her boys. And after a long moment of them just holding each other as hard as they can, the 2 step aside, and Nalin is still where she was, staring at her brother. And you can see her, hands flexing at her sides as she's trying desperately not to just fall apart with anxiousness and maybe relief. And Lorcan takes a step forward and he says, "Hi, no. I'm sorry." And you see Nolan's focus on her panic break as he apologizes, and you see her head tilt ever so slightly, her brow is furrow. She says, "What are you... Shut up!" And she steps forward and grabs him, and holds him, and there is a sense of completion as they both hold on to each other. And you guys can see Petrata desperately trying not to cry, and Burke just beaming excitedly. And Lorcan and Nalin pull back just far enough that you can hear them whispering to each other, and Nalin sets her forehead against his, and it's a lot of apologizing back and forth for everything that happened a century ago. And after a sort of short conversation, she turns him back towards Petrata and Burke. And she pulls them in as well, and Nalin looks at all of you and says, I don't know what to say. I don't know any of you.
Did Noah finish casting Identify?
I was going to ask.
I assume he's been working on it during this. Identify will resolve during this moment, where, for the first time, there is nothing attached to Lorcan. at all.
Cool. I will. I'll just let everybody know. You're like, looks like we're in the clear.
Yeah. But Nolan says, I don't know any of you except you. And she points out Magda. He told me about you. I don't know what we would have done without any of you. Hyrsam tore everything apart for this family. And you can hear her accent is much softer than theirs, likely from her time away from sort of her culture. I don't care what I have to do. I'm going to repay you all for this. I owe you everything. Can't hear you, Ash.
Not necessary.
And Morrigan told us you're going to Atlaran and taking him so he'll be safe.
And you need to stay here because you're both in the same danger.
I don't need to stay here anymore. And she looks at Noah. He's gone. I can leave freely.
Oh, yeah.
Here's the thing. There's a reason why Sav chose Lorcan.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah.
Here we
That's
go.
a bit of a bombshell.
Hmm?
It's because your dad is Sav's son.
And all four of them look at each other. There's particular focus on Petrata, who looks the most shocked of all.
In fact, the only one of you that is probably safe from Sav's possession is Petrata. Because the other three of you have his whatever flowing through your veins.
And Lorcan, while the rest of them have stared at you in disbelief, Lorcan has lowered his head, sort of brows furrowed in thought. And he says, that would explain so much bullshit. I have a lot to catch you all up on too, and as much as I feel like death, and as much as I want to stay here and figure things out with, and he looks over his family, we don't have a lot of time to fuck around. There's a lot of shit happening right now. Things that I don't know if your friends have gotten a chance to tell you yet. But I've watched a lot of horrible shit happen. And he looks at Foostrak. He says, I'm worried about you and yours next.
Ain't nobody gonna come and hurt my son.
Not if I have anything to say about it.
Lorcan, do you know about what's going on down in Frosthold?
Some of it, yeah. Sov killed Brovik.
Do you know if he's gotten a hold of Alistair?
No, he hasn't.
Sov killed
about-
Jack?
Yes.
Fucking hell.
What about Droval?
I don't know where they are. But
Neither do the Lakari.
Issa fell. But Droval didn't get caught. You all need to know, I met Karth, or I guess I remember having met Karth now, and he looks at Magda. He says, I remember now what happened before I was dropped in your lab. Fucking Reaper, obviously we know, but did you all know that Droval Easterland is a fucking dragon?
What?
What?
Yeah, he's the
No.
dragon that gave Karth his arm. Their arm.
Oh. Well, good for him.
I'm gonna say we can worry less.
Yeah, like
About
it's not something I'm worried
him?
about, but it's fucking crazy is what it is.
Yeah.
And there's so much crazy shit going on, and I know you guys already know about like Ozdala and Rezia and all that. I fucking met them, they're horrible. And
We met them too, or
well, I know
one of
you
them.
met Ozdala, but
Yeah.
oh god, she's my aunt.
Oh, yeah.
Ugh.
That's her name.
We're gonna kill her too, don't worry.
What kind of dragon is Droval?
Silver?
Okay, cool. We killed the dragon the other day, and I was...
That's a fucked up dragon.
Yeah, I heard about that.
It's fine.
That was a Baylor special. I hope you fucking enjoyed it. But
Not really.
We didn't.
No.
yeah,
If-
there's a whole fucking thing. There's Drogon and there's Baylor and there's all this other shit going on. And it's so much, guys. It's so much.
If you will all excuse me a moment, I'll be right back. I need to go talk to Kaladir.
Okay.
Well. Cool. Neat. We're gonna go to
oh.
Constanos
Mhm.
soon. It's gonna be a baby shower, basically. Although the baby's already
baby's-
born, so
Yeah, the baby's already
Yeah.
here.
Yeah.
Shit, it's probably going to be his third birthday by the time we get there.
Oh god.
Just wanted to let you guys know that, since your dad sucks, and you don't have one, that my mom would love to adopt you and be your dad. So she's here. She will help you
Well-
with that. She's a great dad.
What about your dad?
He's a good dad too.
You can have all the dads.
Petrata actually speaks up. She says, yeah, we've met.
Mm-hmm.
And I love her.
I mean, she's probably into that too.
I'm a little jealous of your father.
I mean, just ask. They're part of that generation of
I'm-
swingers.
I'm not suggesting anything of the sort, but she's already told me that my kids are her kids too.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
go
everyone
home to
put your
Reese's
keys in the
Ridge.
bowl.
Everybody put your children in a bowl. Christine will take them all.
This will show back up at Reese's Ridge, be like, this is my ma and my dad, and this is my second ma, a nymph.
This is my third ma, her girlfriend.
Exactly.
And of course, as soon as Christine meets Gwen's parents, that's going to add to that polycule.
It's very weird.
Yeah.
In the best
Y'all
way.
are just going to be a
Everyone's
bunch of
fucking
sister
everybody.
wives.
Ew.
Yeah. A little bit.
Yeah. But yeah, as Christmas steps out to go talk to Kaladir, Morrigan steps in. And Lorcan looks up at her as she approaches, and she places her hands on his shoulders. And she says, "Welcome back, Mr. Sheolik, and congratulations on your freedom from both Sov and the Sealy Court." And Lorcan is just staring up at her wide-eyed, because it's not every day you get addressed by a good goddess. And he nods ever so slightly, and he's like, "Thank you." And he kind of glances out of the side to like Magda. He's like, "Help! I don't know what to do."
Okay. I don't know what to do either.
Yeah. Thank you, ma'am, Your Majesty, my lady. And Morrigan chuckles,
my fair
and she
lady.
says, I think we should all regroup in a more comfortable space while you all prepare to head back to Atlaran. The Lycari are ready and waiting. But once your friend is done speaking with them, I will also mention, though he won't be going with you, Robin will be headed back to Constantine shortly as well. So you should see him around. I think, for the most part, this will conclude this business in the Feywild for most of you. Hollamordu and Break. What?
Would you say an arc is being complete?
Oh, Jesus Christ.
We'll see. It might not be quite over. Which says, the Break and Hollamordu and Dunbive are open to all of you. I will, of course, keep in contact with Mr. Fortunemær, but until I see you all again, best of luck. And Miss Wrenly, I will look after Miss Harren's daughter. And I will make sure that she finds her way back to you once you've completed your task.
Appreciate it.
Christmas.
Yeah, I want to go find Caladir.
Okay, you find her in the same spot where she was.
Okay, she's surrounded by the other Lycari.
Yes.
Cool. Can I talk to you and Flameheart for a moment?
Okay, so you just walk in and walk right up to them. All right.
Yep.
Yeah, she's sitting with Flameheart on this like small sofa. They're holding hands because they're cute.
Can I talk to you two privately?
Of course. And she stands up and pulls Flameheart along with her, and you guys step into a separate room. Yes.
First thing, Flameheart, are you okay?
In what capacity?
You've been without a bearer for a, significant amount of time in Atlaran. I don't know how that affects that, and I don't know if what's known about that, but I'd really just checking to make sure that you're doing okay.
My power in existence is not contingent upon another person. I'm fine.
Good. As it shouldn't be. Did you tell her about who I am? That's directed at Flameheart.
When you say that, what do you mean?
Did Flameheart tell Caladir who Christmas really is?
Oh, the abandoned crit thing?
Yeah.
He says, no, I didn't want to do that without your permission.
Cool. I'm gonna look at Caladir. I am the Bandon Kret's lost son. I know that you and Roan have been working closely with them.
We have, yes.
I'm telling you this not to ask you anything, because I'm sure with what's happening with them, they are being protected anyways.
Yes.
I just want you to know that they're my family. And it sounds like Sav is going after people's families.
I know they're back in Lochmanos. I can send some of the Taiylor to look after them. Or maybe bring them to someplace more secure.
Whatever we can do to keep Sav's attention away from them. I don't know what he knows. I'll talk to Lorcan to see if Lorcan knows anything. But
I'll work out something with Roan. They're friends. She'll know what to do and say to make them understand.
they can't know.
They won't.
Thank you. Are they okay?
No harm has come to them that I'm aware of.
No, I mean, over the last... I don't know how close you are with them, but over the last 10 years, do you know? Are they okay?
I don't think a parent is ever okay after losing their child, but they have never given up looking for you.
Did they ever ask you for help?
They did. Recently, in fact. But so much has been happening that I haven't been able to get to their request.
I understand.
But I will see they're looked after. I think Ron will know what to do.
Okay. We have Lorcan back, and we're ready to go whenever you are ready.
We are waiting for you.
I'll go get everyone. I will use, I'm assuming, telepathic bond to let everyone know it's time to go.
Yeah. Okay. You guys start to gather up in the break as Walter takes down his mansion. And as you all sort of pull together and meet up with the Lykari and Lorcan's family are there, and Morrigan and Ross are sort of watching over all of this. Christine and Chips join in too, because they can. There's a long moment where these people that you guys have been helping, they take a moment to know each of your names and understand your roles in all of this. And there's moments where Lorcan steps in and explains what he has experienced with you guys and sort of who each of you are to him. And there's moments where like Christine and Chips will step in and just brag about all of you like you're all their kids. The Lykari meet each of these people you guys have helped and sort of explain a little bit of what's happening, but also promise that things are going to get better. That between them and you guys, the Nobodies, they are going to put Sav's nonsense to an end. And in the midst of sort of tearful goodbyes between those who are leaving, Petrata, Nolan, and Burke will be staying with Morrigan. She is going to defend them and keep them as guests within the break and Hollow Mordu. Chris and Chips are going to pass through the Realm Gate with you guys, but then they are headed off to Frosthold to help down there. And of course the Lycari are going to get you guys to where you need to go before also heading to Frosthold. Lorcan is going to stick with you guys, of course, because that's where he's safest. As you guys are just about to leave, Walter is sort of heading the charge on the... once you guys are through the Realm Gate, he will teleport you to Constanos, but before you get there, Sonoring is actually going to teleport you guys to the Realm Gate itself so you can pass through. Before you guys can all leave, Magda, Sala comes up to you, and in the midst of all this sort of quiet chaos, she takes your hand, and you feel her put something into your palm.
I look at it.
And you find that something you've seen Gwen wear constantly. It is a leather cord at the end of which is a tiny piece of scrimshaw, which is whalebone that has been carved with all these different designs. You would know from Gwen that this was carved by her mother and her partners and basically given to her before she and Sala left home as sort of a bring this back to us because, you know, as a promise that she would come back. And Sala just presses it into your hand. She doesn't say anything. And you can see that she did disappear briefly during all of this again. She has been definitely crying again. But she has this sort of determination about her that she has to keep reminding herself that this isn't the end, that there's still hope, but you can tell she's struggling. And the only thing she knows how to do is try to support someone else so she doesn't have to think about how she's feeling. So as she puts that in your hand and sort of closes your hand around it, she gives your hand a pat and walks away from you to join Christmas's side. Yeah. Y'all gather up, and Sonoring, with help from Vesper, begins casting a teleportation spell. Actually, there's so many of you that multiple of them are going to have to cast it. So here we go. We're just going to make this real easy, that it gets cast enough times for all of you to get through. Each group of you is pulled through these teleportation circles to a permanent circle that is actually set on the Feywild side of the Realm Gate. And the very interesting experience of passing through the Realm Gate greets you again as you see Squall step up to the gates, and being one of, you know, a handful of people that actually know how to operate the gate, you see him draw the line across that appears within the gate itself and expands across the entire stone circle, and each one behind it mimics and gets more translucent. And you guys begin stepping through, slowly becoming more and more translucent yourselves, and watching the extreme Feywild green fade to the much more familiar, warmer Atlaran Green and the birch forest that sits around the realm gate in Garrett Eldathos. And as you arrive, there are Guild of the Gate guards that look up and watch you all come through wide-eyed as they see all of the Lycari. But nobody wastes any time as Walter and a couple of the Lycari immediately begin casting new teleportation circles. The Lycari and those going with them, what?
Before Chris and Chips leave,
Yeah.
I'm going to make sure to thank them for all of their help. And ask that they be safe in Frosthold, or at least as safe as they can.
Gotcha. Yeah. And Christine, she hugs you, Chips hugs you before they leave. And she pats your hand. And she says, as soon as we get there, I'm gonna finish up those dolls for your little boy. Send them right to you.
Okay.
Okay. Give him a hug for me. And she trots off to go join the Lycari. The Lycari gather up. What? Yes.
I'm going to say goodbye to them as well, obviously.
Of course.
But,
We never saw them again.
This is where
they're all dead.
We're going separate ways, not just with Chris and Chips, but also with the Lycari right now, too, right?
Yes.
Okay. I need to have a chat with Flameheart before we leave.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, you guys have a second.
Stop trying to jump up here. No. Stop.
Is that you
I'm gonna
talking
do
to
this.
Flameheart?
My cat is being super naughty right now.
Tell me about it.
Yeah. If no one wants to say goodbye to his parents, I'll let him do that first.
Oh, it's not anything special. I'm just okay, bye, guys. That's
Okay, bye.
It's fine.
Okay,
Yeah, bye.
see you in a bit. Love you.
Bye.
Yes.
I'll go up to Flameheart.
Yeah, you see him watching as Vesper and Sonering start casting their circles, getting them ready. But he turns to you. Yeah.
This whole trip kind of started when you needed a little bit of time to get away. So I hope that you managed to figure out what you needed to figure out before really going back to work.
I think it was just enough time for them to all figure out what we needed to figure out.
Hold on to that thing that I gave you for now. If I need to replace it, I can buy a new one, but holding on to things that belong to each other, it might make it easier for us to get in touch with each other later. If we need to get to you quickly, or you need to get to us quickly. So,
actually, you reminded me of something that I've been meaning to do for a long time. I got something for you to hold on to as well. And he glances over his shoulder to check that Caladir's not looking, and he pulls out a small velvet box and hands it over to you.
I'll take it. I'll open it.
It is a fairly... It is a beautiful ring, but it's not hundreds of thousands of gold. It is actually older. It's ever so slightly tarnished. A silver and gold braided band, and in the little spaces between the braids there are different gemstones, and you see there's a pair of them actually, and inside of one is the initial M, and inside of the other is the initial S.
I would say yes, but I'm already taken. I appreciate this, thank you.
She's stuck with me for 300 years. And even 299 years ago, I knew she was my forever person, but I've been too much of a coward. So, when this is settled, we'll exchange.
What you're saying is, so you know the whole thing where, like, if you're good at a job, people will ask you to do, like, more work instead of less, but they won't pay you any more to do it?
Yeah.
This feels like you're telling me that I've done such a good job looking after your dang gun that you want me to babysit this as well. Is that what I'm hearing? All right.
Yep.
Well, fair enough. Take the vote of
Careful.
confidence.
Those are historical artifacts. And he chuckles and walks away. But yeah, the Lykari and the Boragos bamf away. And you guys are left with Walter finishing up his circle. And as he's about to place down the last lines, he says, "This will take us straight to Konstanos, to the circle I used to get to the near arms, so..."
That's what you said last time.
It'll take us to Konstanos, or nearby, hopefully. Hopefully not at the bottom of the Anima River, but, you know. Just so we know to hit the ground running, where are we headed after we arrive?
I am heading to Avonfear Wake.
Go. Is everybody ready? Alright. And he places the last line, and as you all step into this teleportation circle, you once again feel like someone has grabbed you by the ribs and pulled you through. The breath sort of pulled out of your lungs. And this time, the spell works correctly. And you guys... Shit.
No.
You guys find yourselves popping up into a sort of the office section of the main Veneer Arms sort of workshop area. And as you guys come through and like catch yourselves, it is very quiet. It's dark. There's nobody around. The factory appears to be shut down at the moment. But as Walter steps through and like straightens his coat, he looks around and he's like, "Okay, that's not concerning at all. I'll look into it later. We have things to do. Avonfear Wake, Durham Andros. We can take the transit circles in the city to make it a shorter trip. Follow me." And he starts walking. But you guys are, for the sake of brevity, led through the city to one of the transit nexus thingies, where these set of circles that go all throughout the city, usually a couple to each ward. And Walter leads you through one that leads to Durham Andros, which is a western section of the city, where you guys have been before. The Avonfear Wake is where you met Kenna before you went to the Feywild, so you guys are fairly familiar with it. And as you step through and end up not too far from that tavern, you see that it's a pretty gray, rainy day in Konstanos, where it's autumn here right now. So it's, not unexpected. A lot of the trees have started to change color quite a bit. It's colder. A lot of people out with like umbrellas and heavy wool jackets. Not a ton of foot traffic outside. But as you guys arrive, I will catch you up with what the date is. Let me grab
a nearby newspaper.
Yeah, basically that's
Look
what you're
at
gonna
the date.
have to
Yeah.
do. It is. Where is the calendar? It is Dothriel. So it is
Last episode,
Dothriel's
No. Last episode you told us it was Rhiannell first.
Shit. This is why I asked Zach what was the last date I mentioned.
Yeah, and then I forgot to go get my journal.
Okay,
Sorry.
so I'm sorry, what day was it?
It was Rhiannell first.
Okay, so it would be
The day
Rhiannell
we killed
6th.
Hyrsam.
It would be the Rhiannell 6th today.
Okay.
Because I keep rolling high as shit on time passage in the Feywild. So make sure everybody marks that down. It's Rhiannell 6th. It's mid-autumn.
It's only 8 days until my birthday.
Yeah.
So has it been 11 weeks, or has it been a year and 11 weeks?
It's been 11 weeks.
Okay.
Yep, you guys have been in the Feywild for over 2 months. You missed the Calamity anniversary, you missed the Fall Equinox, you missed Ellen's Dane, you missed the Festival of Life.
Sweet.
It's almost winter.
Yay.
Yeah. But yeah, as you guys sort of catch yourselves up, it's like midday. You head for the Avonfear Wake, which, Foostrak, you know that the Avonfear Wake is sort of two different things. There's a tavern and inn, and then there are actual apartments that are attached to it, and the apartments are what you're going for.
Yep.
Going around behind the building, you see sort of a communal outside area with like a lot of benches and tables sitting out. A lot of them have been like covered over with canvas for basically until spring. But you do see a few people sort of chilling out underneath like awnings and umbrellas that are set out. And the first person you recognize is outside in a very heavy wool coat, double-breasted coat, an axe at one hip, and a horn starting to regrow on one side. You see leaning against the outside of the building is Torov with his arms crossed, and he almost looks like he's dozing, like leaned back against the side of this building.
Hey, no sleeping on the job.
And he like startles and he looks up and he's like, "Hey, what the fuck? You couldn't give us any warning?"
Time's weird in the Feywild. To us, we've only been gone for 10 days.
And he sort of picks himself up and comes toward you. You can see a few new scars, like he's gotten into a couple extra scrapes since you last saw him. More than just what Noah did to him, blowing his entire horn off. But he walks up to you, and instead of like a handshake or anything, he just wraps his arms around you in a big old bear hug. And he nods to himself. He says, It's good to see you, Foostrak."
Good to see you too, brother. Thank you.
I mean, my pleasure. Really. It's, I didn't know how much I needed time away from home. In fact, it doesn't even feel like home anymore. This does.
Yeah, it's strange how that happens.
Yeah. Don't let me distract you. They're inside.
I would like to see the baby.
I would
And
like to see the baby.
He looks at all of you, and he says, "I think I owe you all a real big apology. It's pretty stubborn and
Stupid?
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks." And he taps his horn. I think
You're
he
welcome.
gave me just the right rattle in the brain to get me headed back the right direction. My sister finished kicking my ass for you.
Oh.
Well,
if you need another rattle, I've got some really good ones I've been
you
practicing.
know, Wafin's been keeping me real rattled, so I think I'm okay.
You
But
should go see a healer, though, because brain rattling, it doesn't matter if it, improves
I
your
have,
temper at all. It's still not good for you.
I have seen a healer. She's my my sister's mother-in-law.
Gotcha.
She's been keeping me patched up.
Mm.
Yeah, it sounds like Ma.
Yeah, Dad, your dad. Boy, did he make a mistake.
Just one.
Yep.
Go on, Go on.
What apartment number is it?
Well, he's standing right next to it. I'm going to say it's number 4.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure if it was like multi-levels or
It
not.
is. It is.
Oh, okay.
It's a 3-story building. But
I don't even knock. I just open the door.
yeah. You open the door immediately to a face full of baking bread. Just wonderful cooking smells. It is such a distinctive type of bread that it instantly takes you back to when you were teeny tiny and your mom would bake. She had a very special recipe that everybody fucking loved. But you smell that. You smell flowers, which is kind of strange considering the time of year. You also smell like sort of, other than smells coming from like other apartments, there is also a distinctive smell of like mud, because someone's tracked mud through here. Like you can smell the wet earth, and you see muddy hoof prints walking in before it seems like the person realized, walked back, wiped their feet, and then continued on to the apartment. But you step into a smallish hallway that you almost have to go sideways to get through, but it's just wide enough. That leads into a fairly open kitchen and like small dining area. And then beyond that is a sitting room with several couches around that, and then another hallway with multiple doors going off to other rooms. You see, sitting on the couch is your mother. She is sort of leaned back into the corner of one of these couches, and she is currently sewing. It looks like she is repairing one of Torov's shirts. Just working away with a dexterity that you're going to have to learn, because if she can do it, you can probably do it. But she glances up, and you see she's in this like nice, rich blue shirt, sort of simple, loose trousers. And all around her, you see all these other projects she's working on, a lot of which are teeny tiny clothes. And as she glances up, you see this huge smile come to her face as she drops the shirt aside, and she just charges over and grabs you. There's a moment where she can't really say anything. She's just holding you as tight as she can.
Hey, Mom.
Ah, honey.
Thank you for keeping an eye on him.
I mean, where else would I be?
I mean, last I knew you were on your way up to Garrel Shell.
Well...
But, you know, when you got a cute grandkid around, I suppose that kind of takes precedence.
Well, I explained the situation to my beau, and she actually came into town to visit me instead. She's back up in Garrel Shell now, but I'll head up there eventually. There's no rush.
And Chris and Chip stopped by, I heard.
Yeah, actually, it was pretty nice. There was a lot of help to have Christine around. She was real sweet. Not to mention, I'm pretty sure, I think it's still pending your approval, but I'm pretty sure Wayfin decided Christine and Chips are your boys' godparents.
I'm honestly okay with that. They are very delightful people.
Yeah.
They are the dads that I wish I had growing up.
But she pulls back, sort of holding you at arm's length by your shoulders, and looks you over, because while you haven't changed in looks too much since she last saw you, you probably got some new scars and a little bit of a wardrobe update and all that. And
not carrying a hammer, giant sunflower in my hair.
Yeah. But she looks at you. She says, I know it's probably been real hard to stay away this long. And we know you've been working hard to support your other family. And I'm proud of you for that.
Well, I only found out about Rotary yesterday.
Yeah,
in Feywild time.
Kinda, yeah.
Yeah, if I ever go back there, it's honestly going to be a little too soon. It wasn't my favorite, but we are going to have to go back at some point.
In the midst of this, you hear a door close behind you. And you hear a very familiar voice say, well, are you just going to stand there like a big dumb lump, or are you going to come say hi to your boy?
I was just going to ask where you were,
And as you turn, you see, with her arms crossed, as is her wont, this beefy, and I mean that as a pun, Minotaur woman, dark, sort of bay fur, verging on like almost patches of black in some places, these like tall pointed horns, a very proud hammer of Zerai hung around her neck, and dressed in, she doesn't look like she just gave birth recently. She looks pretty dang fit. This sort of like thick belt around her waist that's carrying like many of her like little trophies and whatnot, sort of form-fitted trousers, and she's got this sleeveless, very tight shirt on because she doesn't approve of baggy things at all. And you see that there are definitely a few new scars on her as well. The tip of one of her horns has been sheared off, but not too much. And you see that sort of displayed also proudly on her left shoulder and like down over her bicep, almost to her elbow, her fairly short fur compared to yours, because she's not like a Highland cow style Minotaur. She's more of like a Spanish, like the fighting bull. She's that kind of Minotaur. But you see her fur has been changed to white in a sort of roaring bear pattern that reaches up her shoulder. A hammer sits on her hip, which is strange because you knew her only to ever fight with axes. But as she looks at you with these very intense blue eyes, just pure disapproval in her gaze, she cracks a smile. Hi, honey.
I don't think I can tell you how much I missed you.
Come here, dumbass. And she reaches out and grabs you. And while she is a fair bit shorter than you, she is fucking strong. Because I love my big, strong women. And she crushes you in a hug.
And your small, strong women.
Yeah. Yeah, I love my strong women, period.
But only in extremes of height.
Yes.
Listen, we have gone through thousands of years of human history with no strong female characters. We've only gotten them recently, barring some fun characters from mythologies. But we've only gotten them recently. I'm making up for lost time. But she just crushes you in a hug, and she pulls back and kisses you very aggressively. And she, like, holds you by the face, and she's like, I'm gonna hit you, so go say hi to your son.
There'll be plenty of time for hitting each other.
Yeah, I'm gonna kick your ass all over the place.
I might need it.
Insight check. Are they talking about sex?
Yeah, I was gonna say this.
You don't even need to roll, it's both. It's both. But she reaches back and very quietly, very gently, which is not usually how Wafen is, opens up the door, and you can see she probably just put Rodri down for a nap, but you see in this lovely little wooden cradle that clearly has some like Chips and Christine influence in just like the carving. You see a little bundled up, dark furred, poofy, like he just got a bath, little baby Minotaur in a distinctly like gradient, like fire colored blanket.
Oh, I just marvel at him.
Yeah. He's got little
Just
bitty
standing
nubbies
over him.
on his head, and his ears are way too big. He's cute as shit.
Like, I just stand over the cradle and just marvel at him.
Wolfe steps in next to you and kind of leans against your side ever so slightly. She says, he kind of showed up unexpectedly.
That's what your letter said.
Yeah.
I only got that yesterday, by the way.
I gathered Feywild at the time was weird, but I'm sorry.
Wave him. And I reach up, and it's this thing that she's used to me doing at this point, where I just I cup the edge of her jaw in my hand, and then I just trace the blade of her cheekbone with my thumb, and I just tell her, these months that I've been gone, I have missed you and been slightly scared of running into you every day.
Good.
But there is not a single night that has gone by that I have not wished that you were by my side. I'm not upset. I get it. And our son is the most beautiful thing I've ever seen.
Yeah.
It's got these tiny little hands. And he looks like he must be so soft.
We'll pick him up. He won't mind.
Is he awake?
He's not quite fallen asleep yet.
I will very gently try to scoop him up and making sure that I support the head.
Yeah.
Because I kind of don't know how old he is.
Yeah.
Yeah,
he's
he has flopsy baby neck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Picks him up.
And
Oh no.
as you're picking him up, knowing how Waven is, she's a little bit of a control freak. She's very protective of who and what is hers, but she doesn't reach in to try to correct you or anything. She just stands aside as you pick up Rodri, and to you, he weighs nothing. He's tiny. But as you pick him up, these tiny little bright blue eyes open up, just like hers. And they open up for a moment and kind of glance around before they close again. And he just kind of pulls his hands up to his face and starts dozing again.
I take a thumb and I'm just brushing it over his forehead.
Yeah.
Just so carefully.
Sorry. I'm not sorry at all. But as you're holding on to him, Wafen leans her head on your shoulder. She says, I did not know what to do with him at all. Thank thankfully there were a lot of real nice people around to help me figure it out. And then your mom showed up, and then the Boragos showed up and gave me a crash course in parenting. So I still don't know what I'm doing, but I know two things for sure. That no matter how small he is bound to be one of the strongest Minotaurs that will ever live. And considering what his daddy's been up to, he's going to have one hell of an extended family to look after him.
Yeah, some of them are here, actually. And there may be more dropping in at some point. Vesper said that she wanted to join, but the Lykari are going down to Frosthold.
Yeah.
Jasper's in Frosthold, too.
I gotta meet him one of these days. He sounds like one hell of a warrior.
Well, he's currently leading an army, apparently, so...
Jesus. Alright.
And we lost Gwyn.
I'm sorry, honey.
We tried to bring her back earlier today, and it didn't work. We gotta kill a god to get her back.
Alright. Sign me up.
Yeah.
There's literally zero hesitation in her when she says that.
You and I have a lot of catching up to do.
Yes, we do, Mr. Chosen of the Lamb.
Oh, I mean, it sounds like you are quite likely the Chosen of Zerai.
I might have a couple new tricks up my sleeves.
Yeah, I got a few of my own. Maybe we'll knock over some furniture out there in the courtyard and have a little sparring match up here in a few days.
Why, wait. Not today, but...
Can you two stop being gross so that I can come in and see the baby?
Is that Magda Wrenly?
Yeah, the one and only.
With and... The only mode of walking she has is storming. So, she
Hence
comes...
the storm hoof.
Yes. She comes out of the room, and you guys who are like... Torov asked you to like give them a second to like see each other. So you guys are now in the apartment with like Torov and Rayru, and Rayru's been like hugging each of you and been like, "Hi, how you doing, honey?" And Weifin comes out of the room. This just built woman that you can see why Foostrak was/is scared of her. And she steps out once again, crossing her arms over her chest as she looks over all of you. And she looks at you, Magda. She says, "Well, you are a little less skinny than I expected."
That's a recent thing.
Did you just call her fat?
No. Called her fit.
That's right. Fit as
And
fuck.
you are Noah Borago, or Nick, as your mama likes to call you.
Yeah, that me, Noah Nicholas Borago. Noah Nicholas Nesbitt Borago, forgot my own name.
Yeah, I heard all about you. And
No dynamite in the nursery.
Don't worry, it's in the bag of holding. Nobody can't get out.
I'm not worried. It'll be fine. And she steps past you guys up to Christmas and Sala. It says, "Mr. Fortunemær."
It's nice to meet you. Finally.
And she looks at Sala, who's still sort of distant. And Weifin sets a hand on Sala's shoulder. It says, "And Sala. Foostrak told me, and count me into this whole thing. I think it's the least I owe you guys for looking after his dumbass. But my home is yours, and Magda, if you would like to come see Rodri, you are more than welcome. All of you are. I don't know how everybody feels about babies. I know I didn't like them until I had one, so go for it.
I don't want to have any myself, but goddamn will I go crazy for someone else's, so...
Oh, cool. You can babysit sometimes.
Sometimes. It's fine.
Yeah, and she, opens the door for you, where you see Foostrak still there, holding a little proof ball.
Yeah, Magda is just baby.
You see his little hands curled up next to his face, and he's falling asleep at this point.
Aw. Cute.
Da baby.
Da baby.
But, you guys get a moment to chill and just kind of sit still for a hot second as Wolfe also takes a moment to welcome Lorcan, and seeing how fucked up he looks, Reiru steps in and just goes full mom mode. And pulls him away to help him get cleaned up and find him some clothes that'll fit and all that stuff. She actually steps out for a short while with Torov to go get Lorcan some clothes. Yeah, you guys have a peaceful little moment in Constanos before you head back into all of the shit waiting for you. And that is where we will end the stream for today.
Bye.
I will say Noah's gonna go into the kitchen and start baking a cake.
Hell yeah.
Because cake, and when I get done, I'm gonna frost it so that it's like a cow and then a baby calf suckling on the udder.
That's weird, but so weirdly cute too.
And just put
you have to smear out the udders because minotaurs don't have udders.
Now I put the udders on it anyway, and then I'm just happy being alive, small cow, and that's it.
Noah's love language is cake.
Happy Alive Day, small cow. Yeah.
Yep. No, he can't eat this yet. He ain't old enough to eat cake yet.
I have an enlarge spell. Will that help?
No.
I don't. No.
Just twice the size, baby.
We can eat cake. Everybody else can eat cake.
Yeah. Anyway. Yeah.
I can already tell you, Foostrak is going to fall asleep in that nursery in a chair holding Rodri.
Hell yeah.
I can also tell you that Noah is already going to have a gun commissioned for that child.
Hell yeah, you're going to be the favorite uncle at this rate.
Two love languages, cake and gun.
Rodri's going to have so many godparents.
Yeah. But yeah, that's where we'll end for today, and we will pick up with a pre-recorded session next week with whatever's going to happen in Constanos, because there's a lot to do in Constanos.
Sure there is.
And I also have some letters you guys are going to be getting shortly. But thank you, everybody, for joining us. You can catch us on Twitch, 11 a.m. Eastern on Saturdays. Normally, we don't have the connection issues that we did today. We have a storm today. It's the first cold storm all summer. It's 60 degrees. It's great. But you can see our VODs and podcasts on the following Wednesdays on YouTube, Spotify, other podcast platforms. Like I said, we are going to have a pre-recorded episode next week, but that's not going to affect the actual stream. Let me grab the calendar here. We will also have a normal session on the 27th, so everything's going to be pretty normal stream side until the last Saturday in September. So sessions every week till then, unless something changes. But yeah, thank you again for joining us, and have a day.
So long.
Bye.
Sorry about the stream
Bye.
issues. Thanks for all the fish.
Goodbye. Goodbye.
Ish.
Goodbye.